the very first day of May, International Labor Day of the year 2023. Happy Labor Day to all the workers in the world, and of course in a special way to all of us, the workers in the beautiful Pearl of Africa, Uganda. My name is Michael Jordan Lukomwa, and as UBC TV, we are coming to you live from Namutumba district, where the national celebrations are being held. We are honored. We'll start with a talk to the Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development before we go into the details of every other thing. Honorable, we are so glad to have you on UBC TV.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all the viewers out there.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Yes, what do you make of this year's day as we start the celebrations?
As we start the celebration, I want to, number one, congratulate all the workers there and thank you, the workers in the media who are still working today despite it being your day. I want to also notify the workers out there that this day is a day that we recognize the labor that they contribute to ensuring that the economy and our country is productive, that our country through investment can move into middle income status. We cannot talk about growth and investment without talking about this major production aspect, which is the labor and the labor force. Of course, I know there are challenges out there, post-COVID and the global challenges. Uganda's economy is rebounding, and I'm glad that most of Ugandans have returned back to work. Our statistics is showing that over 80% of the people who were affected by COVID have returned back to work. Number two, we also are projecting that unemployment will continue to decrease. From the 5%, we are projecting 3% of unemployment in 2023. The only challenge is that majority of the employment is in the informal sector. These are people who are either employing themselves, these are people who are working in the roadside, in restaurant, working in tailoring, working in all sorts of informal setting where they employ workers without contracts. And when you don't have a contract as a worker, it becomes a problem. We also... Yes.
At that very point, Honorable,
yes,
what kind of systems have you come up as the ministry to streamline the relationship of workers and their kind of employers, especially in the informal sector, where you actually have the biggest number of the workforce of this country? What kind of systems are you coming in with as the ministry to streamline the relationship between us workers and our employers in the informal sector mainly, much as there are challenges as well, even in the formal sector? Let's start with the informal line.
Now, with the informal sector, we are trying to have as a simplified contractual form that we want to give to the employers out there, which can at least make sure that a minimum living wage is given to an employer. And this we can do through simplified guidelines, even if we are still negotiating on the law, but the living cost of living should be covered by the employer. So we are going to be coming out there to educate the employers on the issue of at least giving a minimum wage. We also are going to strengthen the labor inspectors to inspect and ensure that the working condition is good. And we are also amending, I've already presented before Parliament, an amendment for Employment Amendment Act.
Practically, why do you think the minimum wage has taken too long in Uganda, and practically still, is it implementable in our kind of system in Uganda with the labor way of life we have?
The minimum wage at this stage is difficult to implement because, like I said, over 80% of our people are still in the informal economy. Therefore, what we are now focusing on is how to stimulate growth, how to increase contractual obligation, and what we are now saying is if we cannot achieve at this stage of our economy the minimum wage, let us achieve the living wage. And living wage means you cover at least transport for the worker, health care for the worker, accommodation for the worker, and include some money which can support the worker to give a decent living for the families. So that is now the negotiation that we are undertaking with the Federation of Uganda Employers, Uganda Manufacturers Association, and the Private Sector Foundation.
Honorable, you have a workforce of over 17 million people. That is according to a UBS report of 2021. Now, you had a door that was taking in some people outside Uganda, especially the young ladies. But they faced a lot of challenges in those countries where they go, especially in the Arab wing. As the ministry, we have had, at some point you banned the export, at some point you went into contracts. What is the status of streamlining this kind of window that gave us some employment relief as a country?
What we have done now, we suspended between December to February the export of labor majorly in the Middle East, because we wanted to streamline. Many people were being trafficked, especially in Dubai and other places in Uganda, in the United Arab Emirates, in Saudi Arabia. There were some issues around obligation of employers. What we are doing now, we have signed a contract which is called bilateral labor agreement with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, UAE. And UAE, we have agreed with them to restrict visit and tourist visas to Ugandans at a certain age if you don't have a certain amount of money. And I'm sure now you see that there are much more restriction going to Dubai, which is supposed to support us to send people through the formal as a system through the Ministry of Labor.
Okay. I'll add these two. There is drama that I followed somehow in the workers' union, not to cough to, especially not to. Then some issues in NSSF. In their discussion, there is a way they were connecting, and the workers were mentioning your name. What is happening in the workers' federations? How are you handling as the ministry to harmonize?
As I know, and everybody should know, is that labor union play a very central role in negotiating on behalf of workers the rights, obligation and working condition. It is important to harmonize them. So many times they get problems, internal conflict, and they want the Ministry of Gender and the minister to help them in solving. And in most circumstances, I've told them, the ministry cannot solve your problems. If you have two factions, you first go and sort the two factions and come back to the ministry with one person. We cannot recognize two factions. So the labor union and International Labor Organization encourages dialogue, social dialogue within, and that is what we are, the policy that we are using in the Ministry of Gender.
So I heard when they were firing the Chairman General, you were mentioned to have recommended for the firing. Is it true or false?
No, it's not true, because they had their internal differences, and if you have the majority of the members who vote, then they will definitely retain you. So as a ministry, our policy is that we don't side with anybody. I always meet all of them and I encourage them to go and solve their problems. And I think they have solved their problems. All the members of parliament came to me and said now their problem has been solved. And so for us, once they bring us a return, that's when we register.
Honorable, we thank you so much. Her name is the Honorable Betty Amongi. She is the Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development. We have talked about issues to do with the labour export of the young ladies that go to the Arab wing, and as well, we have talked about issues to do with NSSF. Then the living wage that she talked about, government is trying to streamline. We are coming to you live from Namutumba district. Namutumba is one of the 11 districts that make the Busoga region in the eastern part of Uganda. It has a population of over 200,000 Ugandans that live in this population. Their main activity, economic activity, they are farmers, mainly on a subsistence basis and mainly gardeners and farming. So that is Namutumba. I'll give you a picture of Namutumba district where we are later on. I'm joined by the chairperson of the Federation, president of the Federation of Uganda's Employers, and also executive director of National Water and Sewerage Corporation, engineer Dr. Bernard is Silver Mugisha. Doctor, you're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
What does this day mean to you, our employers?
Oh, this is a very important day. The theme today is emphasizing one thing, promoting positive work. That is very, very key for us employers, because as you know, employers, productivity is very important. Once the workers are productive, we are also increasing the output of our businesses. So it's very important for us.
There is one thing about ethics.
Yes.
You employers expect this from us. What do you expect of you in that line of ethics, and what do you do? What do we expect of you in that line of being ethical as employers?
We work together. The employers are supposed to provide an enabling environment, and one of the things that characterize an enabling environment is good work ethics. Good work ethics mean that you do what you are supposed to do, you are consistent, you love one another, you create generally a positive work environment that promotes productivity. And this is the theme of this day. The theme of this day is positive work environment. And ethics is at the center of everything there.
How much powers is your federation when it comes to employers that mistreat us, don't pay us little, that is if they are to pay, give us very bad working conditions? How much power does your federation have? Or it defends them instead?
The federation is a federation, as you have said. It is a platform that gathers all the employers. We advocate for proper work environment through legislation, through policies. Now, we also listen to what our workers are saying, and then that helps us to discuss with our employers so that we can create a positive work environment for our people. So our work is advocacy, is discussion, is partnership, is collaboration.
So how do you help us as workers? Or you defend yourselves as employers?
No. It's a tripartite. We work with the workers, we work with the government. All of us must work together, and what is in the middle there is productivity. If the business is not productive, you are wasting your time. You can say, I want this, I want that, I want that, but if the business is not working, we are all wasting time. So we all work together, and our common interest is productivity at the workplace.
Now, if you really care about the workers, stories of mistreatment, no pay, especially among foreign investors, employers, are so many. As the Federation of Employers, how are you helping these employers to do the right thing?
Well, we are going to invest in carrying out regular salary surveys, and these are going to tell us how much are salary disparities amongst the employers. As you know, we don't have enough capacity to enforce a uniform pay across the board, because businesses must survive. The workers must survive, but the businesses must also survive. And therefore, these salary survey, regular salary surveys, are going to help us to inform our employers that here we can do better in order to promote productivity at the workplace.
We thank you so much. What would be your message to your fellow employers, especially in our interest, the workers, on this day?
My message to fellow employers: workers are a very important asset. We must do everything that gives our workers proper incentives to work, that creates a positive work environment for them, but also keep their eyes focused on productivity of the business.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Wish you all the best. We'll get back to you as the day goes.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, that is the President, Federation of Uganda Employers here in Uganda. Now, I also have an opportunity to talk to a medalist. Yes, there is a medalist here, and his medal looks too big. I don't know what he has done. That is former PS former PS Office of the Prime Minister, former PS Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. You will face this camera. And currently PS Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Dr. Pius Bigirimana. Sir, good morning.
Good morning, my friend.
Congratulations on this.
Thank you. Let me first correct you. I am not permanent secretary, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. No. I am permanent secretary and secretary to the judiciary. Judiciary is one of the arms of government. And you know government has got three arms. The legislature, the executive, and judiciary. So I happen to be the permanent secretary to the judiciary and accounting officer of one of those arms. I am not in the executive. I am not in parliament. So those three arms of government make government which is headed by the president. Yes.
So you are secretary now to the judiciary, not just the ministry.
The ministry is too small.
So I am so sorry for having demoted you.
No, I'm not saying it is too small. I'm only saying that Minister of Justice is an arm, I mean as a ministry, it's an institution within the executive. While the judiciary is an arm
Of government.
like you have got parliament.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm getting the difference now.
Thank you.
Congratulations on this.
Thank you so much.
What has awarded you the medal? What has won you this big medal with the decoration that I see?
Now this big medal, I'm told, is the highest medal that you can receive as a civilian. There are many medals. The first medal is given to heads of state, which is Grand Master. And the second one, I'm told, is given to vice presidents or wives of spouses of the presidents. And the third one, which is this Order of the Nile, Distinguished Order of the Nile, is given to the civilian. So it's the highest, class 1. Yeah.
So what
I was told that I have done a lot for this country in research, in performance, in fighting corruption, in all sorts of things, integrity, dedication, hard work, courage. So they told me that I should come here today. I was given actually information a week ago.
You were told. What do you think yourself? Do you believe you are worth it? Do you agree with them?
I think they are not mistaken. Rukoma, you know very well where I have passed and what I have done. One of the things I should tell Ugandans is that hard work pays. And it's always important to add value in whatever you do. Because this country is ours. Tomorrow we shall die. But where do we live our country? So the courage of work, the courage of hard work is very important.
That is a very good message for the worker like me at my level. At what level did you start serving government?
I started serving government 37 years ago. And I can assure you, I started with a lot of zeal, a lot of determination, a lot of commitment. And I can assure you that it has paid because I have mentored so many. Because when you reach these positions of leadership, you are supposed to inspire, you are supposed to influence others, you are supposed to mentor, you are supposed to coach, you are supposed to build teams, so that everybody feels part and parcel of the institution you are working in.
You think that is what has pushed you to this level?
I think my experience is there to take. Because what I have done has always been visible in wherever I have worked. Minister of Health where I worked, Minister of Public Service, Office of the Prime Minister, Minister of Gender, programs to do with youth, to do with women, to do with green jobs. In the judiciary where I am now, I have tried to add value, but also take note that all these things you cannot do alone, but you do it together with others. So I also thank the teams that I have been working with, because you cannot be one person and deliver alone. You have to deliver with others. So in the Ministry of, for example, in Judiciary, I want to thank the team, top management shared by the Chief Justice, and the Deputy Chief Justice, and the Principal Judge, and the Chief Registrar. This is the top management of judiciary, and we have tried to see how we can add value in judiciary so that the services are delivered to the people through recruitment, through case backlog reduction, through construction of courts, through performance measurements, now electronic court case management information system, and IT generally. So we are trying to see how we can add value.
How challenging is it to be in these offices to your level now?
Well,
what are those challenges that you may look up and even wonder how you jumped them?
You see, challenges that we have are many, but I can summarize them in about 4 things. One is leadership. Leadership is key. If you are in the position of leadership and you don't have a sense of direction, even if people are behind you will not know where to move. Secondly, is the conceptual clarity. If you are in an office, do you understand the business you are in? Do you know where you are going? Do you know where you are leading others? 3, there is what we call abundance mentality, attitude towards work. Many times I have seen people are working, but they don't have that positive attitude to work. And I can assure you, I wrote a book recently called Abundance Mentality. Abundance mentality is the basic belief that everything is possible, but you can only achieve much if you have got a positive mind. And finally is the mandate migration. People are doing what they are supposed to do. You find somebody who has specialized in a given area is moving to do other things. Then of course you have got the challenges of finances, which to me is a big challenge, but it's not the major. For me, the major problem I have found is attitude, the culture of working. Do we feel that we owe this country a service? Do we feel that the people of Uganda deserve the service? That's what should be in our minds. And then if you do that, then you are going to work. I get so surprised when I see people in the office. They sit, they are supposed to work for 8 hours a day, and they are working for only 3 hours. The question is, the 5 hours you are being paid salary for nothing. Are you not as good as a thief who steals the money from the office?
And to you, the supervisors, the ones to blame, where we dodge work and run away with it.
But that is why I told you, challenges of leadership. Because if you are a leader, you must not only give a sense of direction, but you must make people deliver. So how do you make people deliver? By setting measurements, by having clear outputs. These outputs must have clear activities. The activities must have time frame. If you are to build a school and there is money for that, building that school, you must deliver it. Look at our court, the Twin Towers, the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal. We promised Ugandans that we shall deliver this project in 3 years' time. That was 2020 when we started.
Yes.
And I can assure you this year, 2023, we shall enter. That's what I call performance.
The new court building.
The new court building below the... So that's what I call performance. Clear work plans, clear outputs, clear performance indicators, and time frame. You don't do work forever. You must have time.
What would be your message to the young people, those of us who are serving government now, who are in government offices, who are in different organizations? What would be your message to them?
My message to them is that we must work as if there is no tomorrow. We must have a positive mind. We must deliver results. We must know that we owe the people of Uganda a duty, because having a job is one thing and doing the job is another. You young men, one of the problems that you have is you have got this entitlement mentality. The mentality that the government owes you a living, instead of you owing the people of Uganda a duty. So my message to the young people is that the attitude must change.
Thank you so much. His name is Mr. Pius Bigirimanda, Dr. Pius Bigirimanda, Secretary to the Judiciary, and he is now a medalist, having been recognized by government due to service in government in different parts of the, in different ministries of government. He started with OPM, Public Service, Ministry of Health, and now currently he is the Secretary to the Judiciary. We now want to talk about the district Namutumba, and I have one of the stars in the district. She's not only a senior leader in the political domain, but also a princess. So we are going to have first-hand information. Honorable, good morning.
Good morning to you, BC. And good morning, Uganda.
Great day, more so being held at your home, your district, your constituency. How do you feel?
I feel so happy. I feel excited, and I want to thank my cabinet under the chairmanship of His Excellency Kaguta Museveni, that decided that this day will be celebrated here on the grounds of Namutumba District Headquarters.
Yes. I read about Namutumba. This was a district that was carved out of Iganga in 2005 and started in 2006. How much would we look at as achievements ever since?
Of course, first of all, we are grateful that we are an independent district, because when we were part of Iganga, we were almost unknown. We were just a place to be mentioned, but now we are a district. As you see, we have built the district headquarters. We have acquired a lot of land, even here where we are today. We want to make it a bomber ground. The council has gazetted about 18 acres of land so that it can be used by the region for different sport activities and other functions. The district also has sensitized people to engage in productive activities, because the administrative unit now is nearer the people than when it was part of Iganga. Because now here we have extension workers who can go sensitizing people about modern farming, about this parish development model, about the selection of enterprises which are highly paying. We have sub-counties, they have sub-county chiefs, now we have parish chiefs. So we feel like the services near the people have been extended despite of a few challenges which are not yet fulfilled. But in terms of thinking about us now, they think about us as an independent district, not just a territory or a branch of Iganga district, which was very huge.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're looked at now as an independent district. I read about Namutumba. You are among the districts that have a number of challenges. The poverty levels are high. As a star, I will call you a star in this district. Plus your other colleagues, the stars. What steps are you taking to help our people in the district to see that they get uplifted from the subsistence farming that I read about to commercial farming and things like that, to uplift the levels from poverty to at least prosperity?
Yes. It is true that Namutumba, the poverty levels are very high. We are one of the districts which are very poor in this sub-region of Busoga. Because you know Busoga sub-region is considered to be a poor region, sub-region. But again in Namutumba, we are poorer, among the districts. That's worrying. It's not something to laugh about. But what we have done, first of all, we embracing each and every government programs that comes along. Like when the Myoga came, we have sensitized our people to go who are in those different sub-sectors to get this money. Now the PDM, we have also done the same, and the people are responding very well. Though it's not easy, as you know, when the poverty levels are so high, they affect the mindset. So changing the mind, the mindset change is not an easy thing, and we shall really need government support in different relevant ministries that are responsible. It is not easy to tell people to get out of the swamps. Namutumba is one of the districts also surrounded by swamps, wetlands. This is where people grow rice, and they feel that is the only activity they should do. Now when you tell them go into coffee, go into other activities, this is like a challenge. They are used to being there, however little,
The other day I had the president. He was talking about some area and he was asking them, the Operation Wealth Creation people, that before you tell them coffee, how much have you helped them to boost what they are growing? How much have you helped the people here to boost rice, sorghum and the G-nuts before they go into coffee?
There is not much boosting in those crops they are growing. They grow rice, G-nuts, amaido, they grow those simsim. But those are enterprises which are not highly paying. Though they can be good for food security, but if they were paying, they would be richer. Because these people here have grown rice for ages. Yes, since I was a baby, I found rice growing still going on, and they have never changed their lifestyle. So I think it's better now to cross to other enterprises which have been assessed at the national level that can commercially touch lives and improve their standards of living. So we need really affirmative action as Namutumba district, and we take this Labor Day, International Labor Day celebrations as an opportunity to request His Excellency really to uphold
pass your message.
yes, much more attention.
Now I'm going to show you another challenge that I read about, which touches you directly. You are a daughter of this place. This is one of the districts where that are affected with early marriages and early pregnancies. So, as one of the daughters of the area, how are you helping our younger daughters? How would you pass the message? What can be done? How would you advise the mothers? What would be your message on that?
Actually, as a daughter, I'm grateful that at least I came up and I'm what I am today.
That's why I called
so
you.
Many of our girls here have not made it to the top. They have dropped out of school because, as I have told you, when the poverty levels are so high, it affects so many issues, the mindset and what, and people will always do things which cannot lead them anywhere because they cannot think of what they need. Someone to come and hold their hand and say this is the direction and show them direction. You've seen that we are one of the districts that have been affected highly with the malaria. Malaria has killed so many children here between the age of 2 and 12. So many, to the extent that one time we were losing about 15 children in a district. Now we saw the whole young population was perishing. The Ministry of Health has responded, but it is not yet down. These children develop high fevers, they urinate blood, and within 2-3 days, 4, the child is dead. So we really need, that's why I'm saying we need the real government support in terms of affirmative action. So when you are helping someone who is so deep in the ditch, you must put in the effort so that you use that effort to pull them up. Because if you just pull it, then they may not get out. Otherwise, we are grateful to host this International Labor Day. People are excited here. We have received to a tune of 4.7 billion under the parish development model. That's a lot of money. If our people are mobilized, really, they will change their lives. They will be able to engage.
I've seen you welcoming your colleagues, so I'll allow you to go back. But just a message about this day to the Musoga watching you in Lusoga in the local language. Let them know what is happening and of what value this day could be to them.
Yes, abasoga mwena omuliko tukumbona ku UBC nenda kubaniriza nti wanena Mutumba district headquarters wetuli abantu basanfu bali excited, abantu we bali kwida mu bungi okwaniriza His Excellency the President. So mwena abali yabali kutubona nenda muteye ku bulungi TV daimwe omukolo guno gubanumire ate weza nungi oidi bobo oli kubona TV endo ngoli waka mu idiro lyo erina engeri gyonumirwa mu omukolo munumirwe band da kuba kukumba kwida kubaawo ate ne message president yali kujja okutuwa mwena mugitwale nga serious kubanga ajja kwogera mu Namutumba batali kwogera eri Uganda yona ali kwogera eri Busoga yona sobola okubona nti tukole emirimu edo engeri eri lunaku abakozi tufunemu tuve mu bwavu tuleme kulemera ku bintu kubanga nibyo twakuliramu abantu abandi bwebakakoota erekerako omutyere tibenda akiwulira ayenda alime mutyere kubanga guwoma tuna omutyere oguwooma singa omutyere dona but nga bwe guwooma twenda okuvaala twenda okusomesa abaana twenda enumba enungi so bawulirize message bagitwale in good faith.
Aba constituency yaife tobakobye
abebukono bona abangi bali kwida wano bali wana abebukono muwulirize message bekibale busikino busikisausi but abandi bali kwida nulida abandi batuse wano ira nibusoga yona by the nebitunde bitirira ine bona namu bona bayidye bujiri namayingo kaliro bona bali wana Uganda yona eri wano. It's reasoning as you can see, but it's enjoyable. People are so happy, but it's so excited. I didn't fake Muku district to our president yes, so and president tumwenda na mutima tuli bantu bakusindikiriza tumwenda bwende, and that's why you want excitement mu bantu kuva olwaido mzee so tumulindirire era tuli musabira Katonda mutambuze bulungi
tukwendeza olunaku olulungi kale passes honorable passes the honorable Princess Passes Namuganza. She's one of the members of parliament for this particular district, and we now want to talk to another medalist who is being recognized for service. His name is Professor Waswa Balunywa, the Chancellor, principal of Makerere University Business School, that is MOBS. Congratulations, sir, on this.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, yes.
You're being recognized for what service?
This is the Order of the Source of the Nile. I understand it's one of the highest orders in civilian for service rendered to the nation. Yes.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. What do you think has made you that able to go to these heights, to even being recognized by the nation?
I think it's because society appreciates what you do. I have served in the education sector for years, and I've been part of the team that has created change in higher education and developed a very large number of people in the country, managers, leaders, accountants. So I believe that the people who thought about this must have thought about that contribution in training young people to graduate. Today we graduate about 5,000 students from MOBS annually. And 20 years back, that was Makerere's total graduation. So it's tremendous change that we've made, yes.
For the school itself?
For the school and the country. Yeah, because literally everywhere, in every office today, you're going to find a MOBS graduate. So I think that is the reason why they're recognizing us.
Congratulations once again. Have you passed your values to many of my brothers and sisters that are passing through your hand?
Very, very much. MOBS has various training programs for young people. Of course, our degree programs are excellent, but we also try and distinguish our students through a number of programs. Our Careers and Skills Development Center tries to give unique skills to a MOBS graduate. And they really, when you go to find them, they are different people. Yes.
Where do you best to say that? Are you saying it because you're MOBS yourself?
You get feedback from the employers. Yeah, employers will tell you if they are interviewing people, they find the difference in the MOBS student. Yes, and then we also have additional programs we give to students. We have a leadership mentorship program. We have an entrepreneurship mentorship program. We enable our students to be able to speak, to be able to do practical things. So really, it's been a different thing altogether. It's not an ordinary graduate you see.
There are complaints about our education system. Everybody says it releases graduates who cannot do anything, graduates who cannot add value, graduates who the education system, especially our tertiary institutions and higher education system. Currently, we are even seeing changes in the curriculum at the secondary and primary level. How ready, first of all, what do you make of the complaint, the rampant complaint that our tertiary education system releases people that can't do anything? As one of the seniors, what is your view?
The issue is with the entire education system. We need to add more practical skills at different levels. It's very important to add more practical skills at different levels. So this needs some reform in the education sector. Plus, we need to remove P7 so that this student goes.
Did you say remove P7?
Go from P1 to P11.
How does that add value to a child?
You see, today what is happening, a girl gets out from P7 and most likely she'll become pregnant if she drops out. And what is she delivering really? Because the father may be 15, 16 years old. They are unemployed. We are adding to poverty. But if this girl is to stay in the university, in the school for longer, and leaves when she's 16, 17, 18, most likely she will not simply deliver a baby.
Yes.
Now, besides that, we need to have more vocational, technical and vocational training in those different levels. Yeah, and it requires, it's not a simple thing to talk about and say start tomorrow. It requires study. What kind of skills do we want? At what levels? I remember when I was in primary school many years back, we had a vivanda in our schools. They're no longer there. And you know, when you go to the technical and vocational institutions today, they don't have enough numbers of young people in there. What is the problem? Because
all of you people in the education system are talking about practical and technical education. Yes. Why have we failed to embrace it? Because even when you visit a district where there is a technical institute, it doesn't sound like even a secondary school. Why have we failed to embrace it practically and that vividly?
It's because our educational system makes you say, when you leave P7, you go to secondary. But if you fail, you go to course, you go to TVET. So the country looks at TVET as an inferior. When you fail senior 4 to go to 6, you go. So the reform needs to incorporate TVET into the mainstream schooling.
As a teacher very senior at your level, what would be your message to all of us that are still in school and would want to get to your heights and even be recognized as we wind up?
I think besides the education reform, which is beyond you, the student, you need to work hard and select those skills which you think you are able to do and which you love. If you love agriculture, that's what you should select. But the system simply takes you into something you don't want. So aspire to do something that you feel is good for you.
Thank you so much, sir. That is Professor Waswa Balunywa. He is the principal of Makerere University Business School. We thank you so much for watching. We are still coming to you live from Namutumba District Headquarters at the playgrounds, and we are talking to a number of people that connect with the celebrations here, and we want to get to hear from them. Now, I have a man near me here. According to the information in the circles, he will correct us. Good morning, Mr. Owere Asher Wilson.
Good morning, how are you?
Let's first this side. I'm going to talk to you about a number of things.
Good morning, how are you, my brother?
I am very fine.
And I wish workers happy Labor Day, and I'm happy to be here.
Okay.
Yes.
How is the workers' fraternity in general?
Workers' fraternity, we are facing a lot of challenges. One of them is, our ministry is put under Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, where the structure is amorphous. You find that the structure is not really connected to workers' issues.
But this has been the trend all along.
Yeah.
Labor has been under the Ministry of Gender. Why do you say it is amorphous now?
No, we have been saying this. You interviewed me one time when I told you that we want our own ministry, which is independent. And the ministry we are talking about is the, public service and Ministry of Labor. They are the same. Okay. If you combine them and bring in social security, like it is in Kenya, like it's in Tanzania, like it is in other countries, and it is the recommendation of ILO. Internationally, labor issues cannot be mixed up with other issues, because that the ministry which we are in now is underfunded. I will tell you one thing, that this Labor Day, the president himself had to get his own money to top up, which is
fund the event.
Yes, that is that's not correct. That means the Parliament, Minister of Finance, they don't take as a priority. So we need now to have our own standalone ministry that can monitor the workforce, create employment, monitor externalization of labor, and do any other things like social security and so on.
How, first of all, you people were in the news of late with intrigue among you leaders, especially in Notu. What is the state of affairs currently?
The state of affairs is that I took these people to court, and the court stayed there any action against my removal.
And I heard that they defied the court order or they appealed, there's something like that.
They have never appealed.
But did they respect the court order?
That will be upon court to decide, because the decision is going to be made on 26th of next month, of this month.
So are you still the substantive chairperson of Notu?
Yes, I'm the substantive chairman general of Notu. No any other person. Anybody who is trying to claim that position is a contempt of court, and can get, the law can get into him.
Do you sit in office and do work?
The Chairman General does not sit in the office. It is the Secretary General and other people. For us, we come when there's a meeting.
You do supervisory work.
We do supervisory work.
Do you supervise those people that were fighting?
I still do. And that's why I'm here today.
What caused the drama amongst you? Because you were working so well, just in a few months, 2 to 3 months, we started hearing these fights and disagreements. What brought the problem, and because what picture does it give to the worker out there?
No,
Where did this start from?
in any organization, there are some, let me say, disagreement. When there's a disagreement, it depends on how you solve them. But here we had the other forces which had come in. And that is the time when we had the scandal of NSSF. And for me, I was pushing for that scandal to be erased. And that's where my problem started. Some of my colleagues were conniving with those people who wanted to swindle our money by just a stroke of a pen. And I could not allow that. And that one put me in the wrong side of the what. But thank God I've defended myself, and here we are. And what we need now is to ensure that we organize the labor movement, we organize the workers, and we want to see the workers' fraternity moving very well.
How do the operations of NSSF connect with your business as NOTU?
Of course, the NSSF is one of our important aspects. Yeah.
Mr. Owere, I'll get back to you. According to the signs, His Excellency the President is arriving, and they're stopping us from doing interviews. So I'll get back to you towards the end of the event.
Thank you so much.
Okay, to you watching UBC TV, like I said, we are coming to you live from Namutumba District, the district headquarters at their Boma grounds, where we're giving you a live coverage of this year's International Labor Day celebrations, where we are celebrating the workers here in Uganda and the world over. Gwe atulaba ku Star TV tukwaniriza nnyo we balikwera ngo badde ogoberera nze Michael Jordan Lukomwa tukutuusako butereevu omukolo ogw'okujaguza olunaku lw'abakozi mu ggwanga mu nsi yonna n'eggwanga lyaffe Uganda. Okusinziira ku bubonero omukulembeze w'eggwanga General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni atuuka era emmotoka zizo zituuka ku kifo wano n'olw'ensonga eyo keterekera kaliwo kakumwaniriza nakulaba nga buli kimu kitambula bulungi. His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda is the chief guest for the event, and he is it's the arrival of the president, and he is going to be welcomed. So we ask you to be part of the event, be part of the whole coverage as we continue to give it to you here on UBC TV, as we thank you so much for watching. Like I was saying, Namutumba district is one of the 11 districts. Namutumba is one of the 11 districts that make Busoga sub-region. And we are in Busoga region, where we are giving you this whole event. We thank you so much for watching. Let us now follow the event as it unfolds here in Namutumba district. As the president arrives, he's going to be welcomed by the vice president, deputy prime minister, and other dignitaries. We thank you so much for watching. Let us follow the event.
We are all aware that our theme for today is promoting positive work culture and ethics, a prerequisite for increased investment, employment opportunities, and household income. It's a great honor for all of you to be here to grace this international occasion. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, you are very welcome to Namutumba ceremonial grounds, and everybody is here cheerful and ready to share the honors of today with you, Your Excellency.
limeandaliwa na Jeshi la Ulinzi ya Wananchi wa Uganda, Jeshi wachunga sheria na amri, Jeshi watoa huduma za magereza, Jeshi wachunga mbuga wa mnyama wa pori. Wamejipanga kwa mistari mitatu, vikundi 32 tayari kwa ukaguzi wako, Mheshimiwa Rais.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, is proceeding in respect of the event. I request that we take our seats and continue with the day. Today, Uganda joins workers around the world celebrating International Labour Day. This day is commemorated in appreciation of the contribution of workers to national development and helps in raising national and international consciousness on the importance of promoting and protecting the rights of workers. The day is also used as an occasion for reminding workers of their responsibilities and obligations. For emphasis, the theme of today is promoting positive work culture and ethics, a prerequisite for increased investment, employment opportunities, and household income.
Economic growth and employment in this country. Economic growth and employment are key elements of the transformation of any nation in the world. Economic growth refers to the increase in the production of goods and services in the economy over a stated period of time. Economic growth is caused, among others, by improvements in the quantity and quality of the factors of production that a country has available, i.e. land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. Government has created an enabling environment for economic growth and investment in the country as a way of expanding employment opportunities and household income. As of June 2022, the combined electricity generated had increased from 1,365.7 megawatts compared to only 60 megawatts in 1986. With respect to road infrastructure, the paved roads have increased from 1,000 kilometers in 1986. Check NRM Manifesto 2021-2026, page 133, to 5,878.5 kilometers, and the overall road network increased to 21,120 kilometers length by June 2022. This is according to UNRA Annual Performance Report, Financial Year 2021-22, page 9. The above and other developments in security, education, health, foreign policy, among others, have laid a firm foundation for growth in manufacturing services, ICT, and commercial agriculture for job growth. The growth in the above sectors is expected to create 2.6 million jobs over NDP3 period, with an annual average of 520,000 jobs. However, there is a likelihood of missing the targets due to poor work culture and ethics, Your Excellency.
The government is having ongoing and planned efforts for promotion of positive work culture and ethics. It is important to build a positive work culture and ethics in the country's work environment if the national development objectives are to be achieved. Workers' mindset change programs should be implemented to indicate positive workforce traits and transform workers' behavior. In order to address the negative work culture and ethics, government has included the mindset change pillar under the parish development model. The pillar is intended to create public awareness and sensitization for positive mindset change as a way of reducing negative cultural beliefs and practices that hinder people from participating effectively in development programs. Additionally, government through the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development and working with other agencies will step up the following efforts, among others, to improve positive work culture and ethics in Uganda. 1. Development and implementation of Uganda National Work Culture and Ethics Strategy and plan to provide the strategic direction for enhancing positive work culture and ethics. Undertaking continuous awareness, arising and sensitization campaigns on the need for everyone to exhibit accountability in a workplace. Expansion of work-based learning and integration of positive work culture studies in apprenticeship schemes. Establishment of a National Productivity Center to instill a culture of enhanced productivity and improve the quality of the workforce to meet the challenges of a competitive global economy. Integration of positive work culture and ethics studies in the education curricula from an early stage of learning up to higher institutions of learning. Supporting Joakali enterprises to transition into the formal economy so as to expand adoption of standard business practices and enhance accountability for results. Our dear guests, today the parade is mounted by the Uganda People's Defense Forces, the Uganda Police Force, Uganda Prison Service, and the Uganda Wildlife Authority. The band is also involving the Uganda People's Defense Forces, the Uganda Police, and the Uganda Prison Service.
We continue to share information about our Uganda as the President continues with inspection of the parade. We are rightly informed, and it is true that we have very good exhibitions going on, and His Excellency the President will also witness what Ugandans are able to do because of his good leadership. As we continue, we may have to look at Busoga as a region. Namutumba is situated in Busoga. But when we talk about Busoga sub-region, what do we mean? Busoga sub-region is comprised of the districts of Bujiri, Buyende, Iganga, Bugweri, Jinja, Kaliro, Luka, Mayuge, Namayingo, Namutumba, Kamuli, and Jinja City. Few statistics indicate that by 2014, the population was 3.6 million persons. And right now, by May 2023, the population has risen to 4.6 million. Interestingly, the most populous district is Mayuge, with 600 persons. Some indicators include facts that 51% of the population are female, 29.1% of the households are headed by females. When it comes to education, primary school attendance is at 24%, and the secondary school attendance is at 14%, which is a very bad sign that most of our children do not continue in school. In terms of literacy, the region is standing at 67.4%. That relation you are hearing is the President being received at the exhibitions center to see for himself what innovations Ugandans have been able to do. In other indicators, we realize that only 13.3% of the households use electricity for lighting, while 24.7% use tadoba, the small lighting paraffin candle. And these indicators show that we need to do a lot. As we celebrate the Labor Day, we need to do a lot to improve our region. For purposes of managing time, I'm going to request my colleagues to be making recognitions as His Excellency winds up inspections.
Thank you very much, Afande. Today we have many visitors. We have RDCs from neighboring areas. We have Martin De Thomas, RDC Namutumba. We have Mr. Chomia James, Deputy RDC Namutumba. Baranyi Rega, RDC Sironko. Rose Birunji, RDC Kamuli. Mr. Were Yahaya, Deputy RCC Mbali City. Bile Janet, RDC Bugweri. Kato Dauda, Deputy RDC Bugweri. Magunda George, RDC Budaka. Haji Badru Sechiara, RDC Bugiri. Waiswa Paul, Deputy RDC Luka. Musiho Samuel, RDC Ruha. Mugerwa Deborah,
MRDC Namayingo, Bile Janet Mulindo again, Bugweri repeated, Kato Dauda Bugweri, Kuraba David Isabiri RDC, Buyende, and Saide Michael, Deputy RDC, Nakapiripiriti. We have Mulago National Referral Hospital, Patriotism Cadres Group, the CAA UBOS, Dr. Wamala David, we have Dr. Jumba Arafat, we have Nakazi Vicky, we have Semuku Frank, we have Kaihura Innocent, we have Asekenye Mehab, and Anyipo Asina. OMC Office of National Chairperson, Dr. Brenda Tibamwenda PRO, OMC, Madame Rosette Kazaire, Director Mobilization, ONC, Mr. Chwanuka Moses, Political Mobilizer, OMC. Thank you very much, Afande.
Also present, we do have the first Deputy Prime Minister, Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga. We have the third Deputy Prime Minister without a portfolio, Right Honorable Rukia Nakadama, Honorable Persis Namganza, Minister of State, Urban Development. We have a Minister of State for Public Service, Mukasa Grace, Minister of State for Higher Education, Dr. Muyingo John Chrysostom, Minister of State for Elderly Affairs, Gidudu Mafwabi Dominic, Minister of State for Northern Uganda, Kwiyuchwing Grace Freedom, Minister of State for Agriculture, Chakulaga Fred Bueno, and then Minister of State for Minerals, Honorable Locaris Peter. Our Minister of State for the Disabled, Honorable Asamo Helen Grace, Minister of State for Bunyoro Affairs, Honorable Namyangu Jennifer. Among the MPs, we have workers MPs present, Honorable Arineitwe Rakajara Obama, Honorable Rabusheija Nambiru Margaret, Honorable Aboli Kunihira Agnes, and Honorable Dr. Biakatonda Abdul. You are all most welcome.
Back to my constituents of workers, Sister Jidud Olive and Nelson Wafana, Brother Nelson Wafana from Ufabu. We have Dr. Jidudu Ambrose, Commissioner, and is a medalist. Brother Richard Mauku Moses, Treasurer General Notu, and General Secretary, Uganda Hotels Union. We have Brother Anthony Wanyama is with us. We have Brother Engura Joffrey from Chemical Union. We have Sister Betty Lizzie from Parastato. We also have treasurers, Mulumba Matthias, brother from Civil Society, Brother Okrol Joshua. We have Brother Saint Samba Gonzag, veteran trade unionist. We have Brother Malinga Grace. We have Brother Mukajanga Chimboa, and we have Brother Ade Richard. We also, in our midst, among the workers present, we have Brother Kaswabuli Joshua Clinton. No, this is not a trade unionist. Kaswabuli Joshua Clinton is the President General, I hear, Revolutionary People's Party. We also have the National Consultative Forum for Political Parties, NCC member. We have, back to my constituency, Brother Katabalua Sol Building Union, Brother Mukasa Valentine Beverages Union, Brother Chiriowa Joseph, Textiles Union, Brother Chiriowa Joseph, Chairman Textiles, Tumuhimbise Nathan, Chairperson Horticulture, Mulumba Yusuf, Chairperson Nani Teaching Staff, General Secretaries who came after I recognized the first ones, Brother Mujema Frank, Uganda Hotels and Hospitality, the rest, I'm repeating them. They gave me different lists. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, you are welcome to this great day, the International Labor Day in Namutumba District. On a special note, let me join Afande in welcoming the traditional leaders, but specifically Omwenengo Baba Husangari Muno.
We do have more MPs present, and of these ones include Honorable Dr. Siranda Gerald Blacks from the Democratic Party of the East African Legislative Assembly, Honorable Aboli Kunihira Agnes, Honorable Magola Rachel, a District Woman MP, Bugwedi, Honorable Nakato Mary Ann, District Woman MP, Wiende, Honorable Banoda Kayanga, Watongola, Kamuli Municipality, Honorable Akamba Paul, MP for Wasiki County, Honorable Naigaga Mariam, the host MP, the woman MP for Namutumba. You are all most welcome. So today is a day that we also reflect on our achievements, on our challenges, and opportunities for enhancing productive employment. It is a day as individuals, as institutions, as a country to reflect on where we are, where we have been, and where we are going. So today, as we join the rest of the world to celebrate International Labor Day, I'd like to welcome you all, and also to those that are listening in on the different broadcasting channels, and also our brothers and sisters that are online and are following us. You are all welcome to join in us as we celebrate International Labor Day. As the theme for this year reads, promoting positive work culture and ethics, a prerequisite for increased investment, employment opportunities, and household incomes. The theme heightens national consciousness about appreciating the work culture, generally what our attitudes, our norms, our beliefs, our values, our traditions as a people, as that a particular to organizations and the country's workforce, the love for our country. The media fraternity, we do celebrate with you for putting out such positive messages across and for the role that you continuously play in heightening national and international consciousness. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, on a special day of workers, it is imperative that we have an insight into the work age population. The working age population is a measure of the total number of potential workers within the economy. The international workers' age population, as per the International Labour Organization, is 15 years and above. However, given the differences in socioeconomic, cultural, and demographic characteristics among countries, it was recommended that each country sets the age range of its working age population. Uganda's age range was set at 14 to 64 years. On the other hand, working population is the population within the working age that is engaged in the production of goods and provision of services for others or for final use. The statistics indicate that over 23 million, that is 23.5 million, which is 55% of the population, are of working age. Of the working age population, 87%, which is 20.5 million, are working. That is engaged in production of goods and services for others or their own final use. Though there are more of the females, that is 56% than males, who are 54 in the working age population, the proportion of working males is 90% and is higher than for the working females. So that means we need to still do emancipation of women and ensure that we are all in productive work. And of course, we all must work hard to ensure that at least near than 90% of our population should be engaged in production. And of course, we are grateful of the activities which are going on in Uganda, especially targeting the youth. It's very, very important that they get the skills which we need and do the production that is desired for social economic transformation of our country, Uganda. Band, I'm going to request you to give us a light tone to entertain our guests. His Excellency has concluded the exhibition inspection and he's on his way so that we continue with the rest of the program. Your Excellency, thank you so much for gracing this occasion and supporting our people for the socio-economic transformation of this country, Uganda.
Mheshimiwa Rais, huo ndio mwisho wa ukaguzi wa gazeti. Naomba kuendelea na gazeti, Mheshimiwa Rais.
May we all rise to receive His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, having concluded the inspection of parade and the exhibition tent. Your Excellency, once again you are welcome. The distinguished guests and His Excellencies are here as part of the International Labour Day celebrations.
Your Excellency, sir, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, you are most welcome. Your Excellency, allow me invite the religious leaders to take us through a prayer. The religious leaders will be led by the Bishop, Central Busoga Diocese, Right Reverend Patrick Wakula, Assistant Mufut, Busoga Muslim Religion, Dr. Boa Hassan Muhammad, the Assistant Parish Priest, Karamida Parish, Jinja Diocese, Reverend Father John Dennis Dindi, and the Archdeacon Namutumba, Central Busoga Diocese, Reverend Moses Mogolo. You are most welcome.
Oh, thank you. Let us go into the presence of our Lord and we pray. Glory, honor, and majesty belong to you, Holy Father. We warmly thank you for this wonderful morning and for this wonderful day. And we thank you for the rains. It is the pride of the peasants. We pray that you continue to bless us and use this rain to overcome so that we have the right food security and we have food in abundance. We continue to thank you for our beloved President, the Vice President, the ministers, the MPs, and all those that are responsible for the running of our country. We pray that you continue to use him for prosperity for all, and for new educational curriculum, so that we feel your love and compassion in development. We continue to surrender our country into your mighty hands. We pray for the Speaker of Parliament and the MPs as they work on those clauses concerning the anti-homosexuality bill. We know that you'll use them rightly to protect the children, to protect the norms and the culture of our country. Thank you for all the laborers, those that are employed and those that are yet to be employed, those that qualify to work and are not able now. We pray that you continue to give us the grace to see that things work the right way. Bless this as we celebrate our Minister for Labor, and bless whatever we shall share and discuss to the glory of your holy name. And may the blessings of God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit continue to be upon our country, our president, and all those that are responsible for running this country, upon our church,
upon our workers and upon each and every one of us, our brothers and sisters standing in the parade until we shall finish. Bless us now and always. And we say amen.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Man amila salihan falinafsih wa man asaa fa'alayha wa ma rabbuka bidhallamin lil abid. Allah says in the Holy Quran that whoever does righteous good deeds, it is for the benefit of his own self. And whoever does evil, it is against his own self. And your Lord is not at all unjust to his slaves. That is chapter 41, verse 46. Your Excellency, allow me to place this gathering under God protection. Allah, this is another year we are gathering here before you to show our grateful for the work we have done along this year. We pray for guidance throughout this function. It is through your mercy that we are here today to join the rest of the world in celebrating this International Labor Day. Allah, you created mankind and empowered him to work in order to live a happy life. Allah, we pray for the endless blessing from you for whatever we are doing in order to make ends meet. Allah, we pray that you eliminate all ghost workers from our good community. Allah, bless all those young men and women who travel day and night searching for jobs abroad. Allah, you may lenient the hearts of their bosses so that they treat them well and bestow to them better life. Ya Allah, we pray for our brothers and sisters in Sudan, Ukraine, Russia, and other parts of the world where there are endless wars, that Allah show them peace as we are enjoying it here in our country. Allah, we pray for our leaders at all levels, but mainly the legislators headed by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who are handling the contentious issues of LGBTQ. May Allah add more power in the final decision of signing that bill to law. In the name of Allah, we pray. Amen.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, parade now will march in both slow and quick time. And we are reminded that when the colors are passing, we rise up in recognition of their importance and the importance of our country, Uganda. Your Excellency, permission to hand over to Parade Commander. Parade Commander, carry on. Your Excellency, that was the parade of today. Thank you so much, Parade Commander. Thank you so much, Parade. Thank you so much for the beautiful music by the bands of the sister forces. Your Excellency, permit me to invite one entertainment song, then we could go to speeches. Thank you, Your Excellency. And once again, you are all welcome to Namtumba Ceremonial Ground. Celebrate this International Day, International Labor Day, which earmarks the importance of workers in this country and in the world. Thank you very much. Going to entertain us, Your Excellency, is Namutumba Junior School. They are the workers in the making.
Junior School, we congratulate you. Government workers and other workers. Orale lora usadami, wishini mwe, mazima government yambe. LSN colony yambe, APDM, parish development model. Boroni twesimbe, kusogele kumambo na tukula kulana. This is Labor Day, we are celebrating. It comes once every year. But workers are on duty from the year to meet the demands of the population. There's a day that brings us together as workers. This is Labor Day, we are celebrating. It comes once every year. But workers are on duty from the year to meet the demands of the population they serve.
Thank you very much for the wonderful song. Let's put our hands together for these potential workers.
Thank you very much, Namutumba Junior School. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, it is now time for speeches. And I want to take this singular honor to invite Sister Beatrice Achiro to come and give the workers' message on this great day. Sister Achiro. Your Excellency, with your permission, as she comes, I want to recognize the presence of Dr. Patricia Achan, Deputy IGG, is with us here. I also want to recognize the presence of Bishop Frank Tibamwenda Tibagendeka, LC5 Chairperson, Mayuge District. Your Excellency, Honorable Akero Beatrice Akori, Minister of State for Economic Monitoring, Office of the President, and Woman MP for Agago is also here. Your Excellency, External Labor Association of Uganda, they are present. The President, Middleton Omurok, is here, and the Secretary Legal is also here. Your Excellency, we have members from NRM Secretariat, led by Honorable Rose Namayanja. She's with us here. We have Dr. Tanga Odoi, NRM Electoral Commission Chairman. We have Major General, retired, Awich Pola, Director of External Affairs. We have Dr. James Tweheyo, National Chairperson. Workers' League, and a member of the SEG. You are all welcome. Your Excellency, we have all our 5 workers, MPs, they are with us here. They are all welcome. Your Excellency, the message of the workers of Uganda.
Your Excellency, this is the workers' speech on the occasion to commemorate the International Labour Day on 1st March 2023 at Namutumba grounds, delivered by Beatrice Achiro Ken Chomukama. Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Tibuhaburwa Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, our Lordship, Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the First Deputy Prime Minister, the Second Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, the Ambassadors and the High Commissioners, Your Majesties and the cultural leaders, Honorable Members of Parliament, and the Honorable Members of Parliament representing workers in Uganda, our dear brothers and sisters from the labor unions of KOFTU and NOTU, employers and labor union leaders, religious and civil organization leaders, workers in all sectors of the country, distinguished guests, the press, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the working people of this country on whose behalf we stand here on this very special occasion under the auspices of the labor movement fraternity, represented by the Central Organization of Free Trade Unions and the National Organization of Free Trade Unions, salute you and thank you for your support rendered to the workers of this country at all times. Today, workers of Uganda join the rest of the world to commemorate this very historic day, the International Labour Day 2023. The world is built on our contribution as workers who labor. All the workers deserve respect and decent work. Happy Labour Day to all the workers of Uganda. We appreciate all the people of Uganda for the tireless efforts and contribution every moment of your productive life to the development of our country and to bringing peace and stability to families and societies. Your Excellency, in addition to the activities to mark the International Labour Day, the labor movement, in collaboration with the ministry responsible for labor, the Namutumba District Local Government, the Workers' Ministry and social partners, has successfully undertaken the International Labour Week in Namutumba that featured several activities. Your Excellency, as workers, we have taken a deliberate decision to highlight 7 key areas in this year's Labour Day speech. Your Excellency, this year's Labour Day theme is promoting positive work culture and ethics, a prerequisite for increased investment, employment opportunities, and household incomes. This theme is very critical to us as workers, and it is a great window of opportunity in facilitating labor unions fulfill their fundamental and permanent mission of advancing the economic and social interests of workers, in addition to offering leadership that is critical in the world of work, as labor is a crucial resource to national transformation and is what generates and drives production. Your Excellency, it is indisputable, irrefutable, that nations are great not by virtue of their wealth, but by the wealth of their virtues, as quoted by Benjamin Franklin, one of the greatest men and thinkers in the world. Your Excellency, the biggest challenge in the Ugandan labor force and social fabric is the mindset and the total lack of the culture of discipline. Discipline is the cornerstone of culture that creates greatness when disciplined people engage in disciplined thought and take disciplined action. When you blend a culture of discipline with an ethic of entrepreneurship, you get superior performance. Your Excellency, in every sector, a culture of discipline with disciplined people engaging in disciplined thought and taking disciplined action has the potential to generate a breakthrough hope for that sphere of influence. We therefore propose that through the think tanks in all critical sectors, we must deliberately engage to generate breakthrough cutting-edge innovations. We strongly propose that in order to realign and spur a mindset transformation and cultural revolution in the country and generally in the world of work, government should reintroduce the pre-entry induction and continuous training program at Chankwanzi and other regional and zonal facilities for all public officers and job market entrants. In addition to this, all labor market entrants should be supported to undertake a one-year compulsory mentorship, internship, and apprenticeship deployment in the private sector. Secondly, in order to radically improve the performance of the health sector, and in particular improve the health of mothers and children, and completely eradicate the maternal death roll, government should implement the policy of recruitment and payment of public health midwives as team leaders of the village health teams, who should be based in the respective communities, not the health center, whom we shall mentor so that they facilitate our initiative and strategy through push factors to stop maternal and child deaths during delivery. In addition to this, government should continue supporting and paying the emoluments of intern doctors, that is the junior house officers, and senior house officers, but under a completely new policy direction in which the training facilities of senior house officers are extended to include all regional referral hospitals. The period of internship for junior officers is increased to 2 years. The first year in the regional referral hospitals under the mentorship and supervision of consultants and senior house officers. And the second year in general hospitals and health centers, fourth, under the mentorship and supervision of the district health officer. Your Excellency, sir, there are several distortions in the capital and labor markets in Uganda, and request the government to work with the labor movement and workers' fraternity to play a more proactive role in resolving this distortion. Capital and labor are traditionally considered to be the main factors of production. There are, however, notable distortions in the labor and capital markets in Uganda. In other words, our markets for capital and labor are not functioning in an ideal manner, and this is hindering the pace of the country's socio-economic transformation. Sir, allow me at this stage to highlight a few of these distortions. Firstly, we experience low and declining real wages. The wages rates are very low and cannot commensurate with the distribution and efforts of our workers. Our studies show that Ugandan workers currently earn only 26.5% of the total value of GDP. The rest is paid to capital, as summarized below. Under agriculture, labor earns 14.52, while capital earns 85.48. Under industry, labor earns 28.05, and capital earns 71.95. Under services, labor earns 37.04, and capital earns 62.96, bringing the total of labor to 26.5% and capital to 73.5%. Your Excellency, there's a prevalence of low productivity, self-employment activities. Paid employment has grown at an average annual rate of 5.3%, and self-employment has grown at an average annual rate of 2.9%. The gap between the self-employed and salary workers has started to narrow over the last 15 years. But most workers are still trapped in low-value self-employment activities. Sadly, Your Excellency, there is prevalence of unemployment. This is unfortunate because low wages are, at least in the theory, supposed to resolve the unemployment problem. There is furthermore a sizable part of the workforce in disguised employment and informal employment. There are no formal contracts. There is casualization of workers and no social security contribution. And this is heartily and ethically contrary to the theme of this year's celebration. Because on top of exposing workers to precarious working environments, the situation permits employers to evade the mandatory NSSF contribution, avoid pay to the government, and so in the end, government loses revenue. Your Excellency, sir, in your speech 2 years ago, we noted the huge population dividend being currently experienced by the country. With a young population who have potential to provide abundant, affordable labor force, which, when properly harnessed, can generate a rise in the rate of economic growth and a higher output per capita due to a rising share of working-age people in the population. We are glad to witness, Your Excellency, that our concerns have been proactively addressed by your intervention through the Presidential Youth Skilling Hubs nationally. However, Your Excellency, we note that not much has improved in the area of decent work and the observation of core labor standards in Uganda. Consequently, we want to reiterate our previous call for a deliberate action to break the curse on production in which poor countries sustain further development in rich countries through a vicious cycle in the value chains and in the returns as appropriately accorded to capital and labor. Your Excellency, in your last speech, you gave a detailed justification with corroborative evidence how labor standard, decent work, and green jobs are positive ingredients of economic development and prerequisite for improved innovations. Heightened productive, improved competitiveness, employment creation, job recovery, and sustainable enterprises in the now globalized world. We are convinced that in this modern age of the fourth industrial revolution, what investors need is a smart, skilled, well-motivated, not cheap labor. Additionally, a competitive optimum living wage has a multiplier effect, not only in attracting skilled workers, but also in increasing the market for goods and services produced in the economy, because these workers would have purchasing power for the goods and services they produce, thus contributing to market expansion. Your Excellency, we support investors to create jobs, but we are concerned that some investors mistreat and grossly underpay workers, subjecting them to precarious work. And this is making workers resent government and even us, the workers' leaders, because they think we are not talking for them. As cadres who are workers' representatives, we have been getting lots of complaints from workers about welfare. In our daily work as labor unions, in addition to visitation of factories, we find workers with no protective gears, no compensation after injury, and in certain places, the workers are paid $7,000 per day. And yet the worker has to meet the cost of transport, food, and accommodation, in addition to funding for their families. As leaders, this is what we witness in many factories. And if you cross Kampala around industrial parks, like around Namave, you will find many people walking. And who are they? They are the workers who hope to work. How we wish we had railway transport that could create some relief. That is why we should be able to get some minimum living costs for the workers covered through their wages. So while we support investors, we want a balance between the interests of these investors and the welfare of workers with a wage that sustains the bare minimum. And this is the decision we need from you, Your Excellency. In this regard, as COP2 and NOTU, we have held meetings with the minister who has guided us to focus more on engaging employers through dialogue on issues of workers' rights, especially on the living wage, as opposed to minimum wage. We are already in the partnership with the employers' organization, engaging to gain consensus, and once this is completed, we shall request for a meeting of workers, leaders, and employers with you in one room, Your Excellency, to resolve this dilemma. In that meeting, Your Excellency, we shall also raise a lot of other workers' issues that we could not be raised here, and I've been waiting for discussion with you. Your Excellency, the solidarity song that has been played at the beginning of the occasion, and indeed at the end of this occasion, the same ritual shall be repeated. But what does that solidarity song witness and cry out for? On the positive note, there is a witness about the power and contribution of workers by their brain and muscles, building everything from cities, birthing a new world from ashes of the old. But the workers get nothing in terms of dividends. The goal of development of society is, therefore, an indispensable cornerstone in the trade union objectives and prosperity. It has synergistic effects for workers. The labor movement should hence be viewed as a positive partner to socio-economic transformation, with the strategic intervention to reorient and unlock workers' energies towards improving productivity and service delivery. As front-line foot soldiers, our historic mission is to develop a workforce and leadership in the world of work with the right disposition for national transformation. And so, just as we have always praised Your Excellency, as the labor movement fraternity, we shall continue organizing workers into labor unions and working through the labor unions and unorganized labor to reform the work culture and ethics, enhance skills, improve industrial relations and workers' productivity and welfare, and transform the working people economically. And in that regard, we would like to hail tireless efforts of the labor movement and general workers' fraternity. We shall continue to unveil innovative frameworks of systems and structures for the delivery of package of efficacious programs to generate critical mass of productive and value-based workers, labor unionists and labor union leaders of integrity and exceptional organizational efficacy. To this end, we would like to appreciate government, the International Labour Organization, and other collaborative agencies who have provided support and now building on the foundation we have already laid. We call for additional support on top of mainstreaming the 4 pillars of the Decent Work Country Program priorities. Adherence to the fundamental principle and the rights at work, creation of employment and income opportunities, provision of social protection and social security, as well as social dialogue and tripartism. Those are the 4 pillars. Your Excellency, 2 years ago when we delivered the speech in 2021, you challenged us why we have all the time listened to you but failed to carry on your teachings, especially in wealth creation. As your disciples, we have consequently moved into action on how to best adapt and implement your teaching and guidance in our sphere of influence. In the world of work, we embarked on a program codenamed the Solidarity Glory Agenda for the Workers, for purposes of sensitization, training, education, mentorship, research, publication, and broadcasting, demonstration, matchmaking, consultancy, and other outreach services. We're in demonstration, in transformation, wealth creation, and entrepreneurship in the world of work. Your Excellency, we cannot end our speech without commenting on the matters of which has dominated the media in the large part of this year, matters concerning the pension sector generally and the National Security Fund. First and foremost, we greatly appreciate Your Excellency for being our long-standing and unwavering ally, and for always granting the workers' desire, interest, and the National Security Fund. In 2008, you intervened and resolved the dilemma of stakeholders' engagement in decision-making at the fund directing for the inclusion of workers' representatives who had been excluded in the board. A few years later, you again saved us from economic hitmen who ganged up scheming to disband the fund through their infamous liberalization. Your Excellency, exactly 2 years ago, we delivered the workers' speech in the same occasion, and we raised 2 issues that had arisen as we considered the NSSF bill, and specifically the 20% midterm access and the dual supervision of the fund by both ministries, which you gladly granted, and we are very thankful. Your Excellency, let me take this opportunity to go through some figures from the NSSF. The key performance indicators shows that total collection from January to April 22 was 522 billion. From January to April 23 was 580 billion, giving us a percentage of 11%, which is a percentage growth. The employer registration from January to April 22 was 1,432 billion. January to April 2023, 3,323 billion, giving us 132% growth. Member registration, 49,405 billion, 630, that is in January to April 22. January to April 23 was 63,787, giving us a percentage of 29%. Compliance rate 47% in January to April 22 and 53% in January to April 23, giving us 13%. The benefits paid in billion, 612 billion between January to April 22 and 313 billion between January to April 23, giving us minus 49%. Your Excellency, this shows that the performance of NSSF in January to April 2023 is very good. About the benefits paid, the 612 billion between January and April was high, and then between January to April 23, it has reduced, showing that the workers have built trust in NSSF. Your Excellency, sir, the amount paid out in the midterm benefits is 682 billion, and the claims between March 2022 to January to April 2023 is 30,333. Your Excellency, sir, even though the labor fraternity strongly advocates for the rights of the workers, there are several companies which takes employees for granted. The 8 hours of work per day schedule without appropriate overtime arrangements. There is a need to work under a safe, peaceful, and non-toxic environment. Our prayer, therefore, is that the current ILO convention that have not yet been ratified to put up Uganda workforce in tandem with international standard. And we pray that the tripartite instruments that we sign among the parties be always respected for effective labor productivity. Your Excellency, sir, about the labor administration, another issue of concern, that lack of adequate labor administration mechanism in the country, whereas the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development is the lead ministry responsible for labor administrative. The labor administrative functions are only administered through the mandate of the Directorate of Labor, Employment and Occupational Safety and Health. One realizes that the ministry focus is usually biased towards social development in terms of prioritization of programs and resource allocation. The government's policy of decentralization exacerbated the matter by dismantling the system of labor administration by decentralizing it to the district. District labor officers, where they exist, are usually assigned to perform other functions besides labor administrative, depending on the district's pressing needs and program. Your Excellency, prioritization of resources has been focused towards other areas as determined by the district council, which are usually not related to labor administration. Your Excellency, enhancement of salary for public servants, we appreciate your guidance toward the salary enhancement of different public servants. However, there are still wide discrepancy among these workers with same qualifications and workloads. We request you to harmonize these discrepancies, sir. Your Excellency, we thank the government through the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development for initiating the GROW projects and praise for its expansion to include youth and workers. We also pray that the government supports the workers' movement in their demand for recognition from employers, and also praise that government supports the workers' movement to join unions of their choice in their sectors and mandatory contribution from all employees. Your Excellency, sir, we would like to bring to your attention our outstanding pledge. It's unfortunate we are reminding you on this today. We understand that you have fulfilled part of the pledge, and kindly and humbly request that you fulfill the part remaining. especially to the center that has not yet received the pledge that was due to them. Your Excellency, sir, we thank you for deploying to the sector the right political heads, Honorable Amoy Betty Ongom, our minister and her colleague, Honorable Minister of State, Charles Okelo, Engola Machuduogo, and who have measured up to the task and presided over the ministry in the best interests of the workers and with the relevant decorum and wisdom. As workers, we further appreciate the great work, service, and support by the great technical team led by Mr. Agre Chibenge, a man of great virtue and integrity. However, there's one important concern, Your Excellency. Government is abolishing the position of directors and workers have no issues with that policy direction. The challenge is our current Registrar of Labor Unions, Honorable Martin Wandera, under whose mandate Labor Administration falls, also double as the director, with the implication that with the abolition of that position, we are most likely going to lose him from the sector. Martin is professional, diligent, experienced, and proficient, with some rare and critical skills, not only in the labor matters, but also in corporate governance, and it's a great resource that we can't afford to lose at this time. We therefore request that you guide the sector on the most appropriate approach of implementing the new policy direction, while at the same time retaining this critical resource. Your Excellency, sir, the workers of Uganda congratulate you once again on this day, and we wish everybody a happy Labor Day celebration for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Sister Beatrice Achiro. Your Excellency, mfanyakazi mkuu, that is the message from the workers. I want to invite the workers, the employers' representative, Dr. Engineer Mugisha, to come and give his speech. And Your Excellency, as he comes, I want to recognize the presence of Professor Openjuru, Vice Chancellor, Gulu University is here. Your Excellency, I also want to recognize the presence of some NRM Secretariat and SEC members. Honorable Chiwanda Godfrey is here, NRM SEC Buganda. We also have Honorable Dombo Emmanuel Lumara, Director Publicity and Information is here. Your Excellency, permit me make some correction. I said Major General, which Paula is the Major retired, not Major General. Apologies, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers, Your Excellency, for purposes of time, allow me to say all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Federation of Uganda Employers, I would like to welcome and warmly receive Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, here in Namutumba District, to preside over this important occasion as we commemorate the International Labor Day. Your Excellency, on this occasion of the International Labor Day celebrations, I take this opportunity on behalf of the employers in Uganda to convey our utmost congratulations to all workers in their various capacities and places of work. Similarly, it is my pleasure to thank my fellow employers for your immense contribution to the socio-economic transformation of our country through investments in productive activities and job creation. Your contribution to the growth of development of economies cannot be overemphasized. Your Excellency, the theme of this year's Labor Day is promoting positive work culture and ethics, a prerequisite for increased investment, employment opportunities, and household income. This theme aligns well with the work that we do as the Federation of Ugandan Employers. Our mission as employers' organization is to enhance employers' competitiveness through policy advocacy, provision of business support services, fostering sustainable employment relations, and job creation. Your Excellency, to expound on this point, every year, the Federation of Ugandan Employers conducts Employer of the Year Award survey to recognize employers who have excelled in putting in place outstanding human resource policies and best practices that promote decent work and business and responsible business. I just want to highlight one issue, Your Excellency, which is the issue of informal economy and high commodity prices. Your Excellency, the growing informal economy has remained an issue of great concern to employers, which requires collective effort and intelligence for effective policy responses and advice of the needed policy action to promote decent work among the informal sector workers and the necessary support to facilitate steady transition of the informal economy business to formality. Ladies and gentlemen, the informal economy poses the challenge of decent work, as the majority of the work in this sector is insecure, poorly paid, and often unsafe. Lack of relevant legal framework to regulate businesses in informal economy, tax avoidance, limited access to resources like finance, technology and information, absence of social protection, and workers' rights are some of the things that characterize the informal economy in Uganda. By facilitating transition of informal economy to formality, it would help to broaden the tax base, reduce the tax burden on the formal businesses, and increase government revenue for creation of strong institutions and provision of efficient public goods and services that would improve the ease of doing business index in Uganda to promote investment and job creation. Your Excellency, the Federation of Ugandan Employers remains committed to strengthening existing partnerships, social dialogue with government. Together, we can explore possible ways to address this problem of informality in the country. We strongly believe that the parish development model and Emyoga program are strong catalysts in graduating informal sector to the formal economy, and for this, we thank government for the underlying wisdom. Your Excellency, the issue of high commodity prices remains a high inhibiting factor for sustainable economic growth. We want to thank Your Excellency for tackling this issue through wise economic decisions that have helped tame inflationary risks, laying a strong foundation for predictable and well-underpinned economic recovery path. Lastly, I want to thank Your Excellency for the initiative of Presidential CEO Forum, a platform that has created a direct link between the leadership of the private sector and the executive under your visionary leadership. We strongly believe that such a platform will go a long way in strengthening existing collaboration and will help in the formulation and implementation good policies, strong institutions, and in creating the necessary infrastructure to achieving faster industrialization and expansion of the regional markets for our products to enhance business competitiveness, investment, and sustainable job creation. I thank you, Your Excellency. I thank everybody, together for employers, for God and my country. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, whether notwithstanding, time has come to hand over to the main director of ceremonies for today. Honorable Colonel Charles Patrick Okero Engola Macho Duogo, Minister of State for Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations. You are welcome, sir. Meanwhile, the assistant directors of ceremonies for today were Commissioner of Prisons, Frank Baine, and Prisons spokesperson.
Assistant Commissioner of Police, Naba Kasenoga Claire, the Deputy Public Relations Officer, Uganda Police Force.
Your Excellency, my name is Jackson Erima, General Secretary, Uganda Liberal Teachers Union, and a member of the Central Executive Council of COFTU. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy, the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, my colleagues, members of the Cabinet, the Deputy Inspector General of Government, Dr. Patricia Achano Kiria, all members of Parliament present here, all Army generals, police, and officers who are here, the workers and the employers, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. No, good afternoon. I'm called Colonel Charles Patrick Okelo Engola Macho Duogo. I'm the Minister of State for Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations. Your Excellency, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome Your Excellency, in this function. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People Defense Forces, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, you're most welcome to this celebration of the International Labor Day. Your Excellency, let me also take this opportunity to welcome all the distinguished guests for this Labor Day celebrations. Your Excellency, we have the following guests already here with us. Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, is here with us. My Lordship, the Chief Justice, is here with us. The Vice Chairman of National Resistance Movement, colleague members of the Cabinet, in the interest of time, and you stand up and wave to the President. Their Excellencies, the ambassadors and High Commissioners, may you stand up and wave to the President. All members of Parliament present, may you also stand up and wave to the President. Heads of the ministries, agencies, and departments, statutory commissions, may you also stand up and wave to the President. Traditional leaders, religious leaders, permanent secretaries, the workers and the employers' representatives, may you stand and wave to the President. Your Excellency, we have the NRM Secretariat who are here. May you wave to the President. Your Excellency, the theme for today's celebration is promoting positive work culture and ethics, a prerequisite for increased investment, employment opportunities, and household incomes. The choice of the theme is strategic in that it helps all of us to reflect on the promotion of positive work culture and ethics as a stepping stone for realization of the national aspirations enshrined in the country's development agenda, and therefore calls upon everyone to support the promotion of positive work culture and ethics. My assistants have already explained the synopsis for the Labor Day celebrations. Your Excellency, as I prepare to hand over to my Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, allow me to thank the Assistant Masters of Ceremonies for the job well done. Thank you very much. I therefore take this opportunity to invite the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development to take over the next programs for the day. You're welcome, Honorable Minister. Your Excellency, when it rains like this in my place, it's the blessings from God. So this function was graced by God, and we thank Him for that.
Let this one hold. You and me. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, Right Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers, Right Honorable Deputy Secretary General NRM, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, Members of Parliament, cultural and religious leaders, representative of workers, employers, and all workers, distinguished guests. It is with great pleasure and honor, on behalf of the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, that I welcome you all to this National Labor Day celebration. And in a special way, I would like to welcome you, Your Excellency, our chief guest, to this year's National Labor Day celebration. International Labor Day is rooted in workers' struggle to improve their working conditions, like the wages, working hours, safety at work, and others, which was first celebrated in 1894 in the USA. It is a day globally dedicated to recognizing the contributions workers have made to the prosperity of the world and Uganda. Excellency, Uganda now has a population of 45 million people, and by 2050 is expected to be 100 million. Urban growth is at 5.2%, one of the highest in the world. And according to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, the household survey of 2019-2020, the total working population stands at about 23.5 million, with a labor force of 11.3 million. These are people characterized as the age of 14 to 64 years. Out of the 11.3 million, 10 million are in employment and 1.3 million are unemployed. By sector, Your Excellency, 47% work in subsistence agriculture, 46% in service sector, 10% in industry. Out of all these, 85% of those employed in those various sectors work in informal sector. This means that our formal sector of the economy is still very small. About 69% of the working population are below 35 years, indicating that there is a youth bulge which is mounting pressure on the job market. And most of the youth in the informal economy work under vulnerable conditions. 42.3% of Ugandans are self-employed. No wonder, Your Excellency, the MasterCard International has ranked Uganda among the most entrepreneurial countries in the world. 40% of the working population are employed with written contract, meaning that about slightly more than a half do not have contract. The employers are still very small, Your Excellency, standing at about 10%, and government still remains the major employers in Uganda. Post-COVID, Your Excellency, the emerging challenges in the world and changes in the world of work is the rapid changes in technology and the fourth industrial revolution, which is changing the demand and requiring new skills. Technology has altered access to jobs, shifting work away from the informal sector to digital platforms. And data from IPOS, an online magazine, indicates that most people in Uganda have shifted to online businesses, especially in food, clothing, merchandise, news and online, health, transport, border. Your Excellency, these days, people seated in those tents can order border, can order transport, can order food online, can pay so many services online. Unemployment rate is declining according to data from Uganda Bureau of Statistics from 9.2% 2019 to 5% in 2020-2021, and now is projected to trend at around 3% in 2023. It is important to note that the economy is continuing to generate more jobs. We remain one of the economies that has rebounded strongly post-COVID-19 amidst the global challenges. Data from Uganda Bureau of Statistics indicates that the number of employed persons increased from 8,973,000 in 2016-2017 to 9,996,000 workers in 2021. The additional 1,023,000 jobs created in 4 years translate to 255,000 jobs per annum in spite of the disruption by COVID-19. This has been possible, Your Excellency, because of your direct involvement in promoting investment in industry and service sector and the measures you instituted to contain COVID-19 and the wealth creation programs you've initiated and we continue to implement. And Your Excellency, when we are at the exhibition, most of the people exhibiting were those that have accessed either Imyoga or Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Fund or projects under Ministry of Agriculture. The theme for this year, Your Excellency, is promoting positive work culture and ethics as a prerequisite for increased investment, employment opportunity, and households' income. This calls upon our conscience, both workers and employers, to act within the degree of trust and integrate as a culture if labor force is to contribute meaningfully to the growth of the market and increase employment and investment in our economy. Your Excellency, ethical behavior is an important influence over a country's overall economic performance. A professor called Raj Chetty, who is a lecturer at Harvard University on behavioral economics, did an analysis on a topic called the economics of integrity, and the report was released in March 2022. His report provides compelling evidence of the extent to which markets require integrity or ethical behavior in order to function effectively. He cited Singapore, Malaysia, United Arab Emirates, Germany, UK, USA, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, and China as some of the economies whose ethical work culture has propelled them into middle and advanced income economies. He argued in his report that ethical behavior increases the cost and risk of doing business and investing in an economy, and asserts that when investors realize that they have to bribe themselves to every stage of approvals and offer kickbacks for every stage of project implementation, they leave a country for other economies that are more transparent. He further observed that positive work norms and ethical behavior improves a country's reputation by attracting investment by both domestic and foreign entrepreneurs, and that associated hard work and commitment by employees enhances productivity, profitability, and accountability exhibited by the workforce, which promotes transparent decision-making and boosts enterprise growth, increase wages, taxes, employment, and economic growth. It is saddening, Your Excellency, that of recent we are facing structural and institutional cultural behavior that is on the verge of destroying gains so far made in promoting ethical culture of work. For example, on Wednesday, the PS of the judiciary informed us during the annual labor conference that the commercial division of the High Court as undetermined cases worth about 83 trillion. And that these cases are related to contestation over land and property, paid loans from financial institutions, money lenders, loans from banks, compensation claims by those who want higher claims from government projects, investment disagreements, fraud by firms, NGOs, and others, racketeering, and these are occasioned by unethical behavior. In Uganda, still, there are some of the instances where unethical behavior is costing the country heavily. For example, we see building collapsing in Kampala, Greater Kampala, and other places. And it is estimated that repair of these buildings and shoddy works cost the country with between 150 to 314 billion annually within the Greater Kampala. Shoddy works in infrastructure projects and others, and on Saturday we saw the Minister of State for Works complaining that roads done within Greater Kampala the last 3 years have filled all with leaving huge potholes. And he indicated that he has a report indicating that this is occasioned because of collusion between technical team and contractors to do shoddy work on roads. We've seen reports of financial institutions and companies falsifying their audits to avoid taxes. We have seen so much eviction related to land because of forging land titles, creating titles on top of others, and getting bank loans from those. Your Excellency, we have also seen a rise in corruption in form of demanding or accepting bribes, falsely claiming government benefits, working less hours in the case of government employees, and absenteeism, where in offices somebody comes at 8, will leave a coat or an handbag on the table and disappear and come back at 4 in the office. These are the unethical behavior we are talking about. And this unethical behavior in economic costs cannot be underestimated. And it is not government, Your Excellency, or you as a president to blame. It is our ethics that is failing our country, yet over 70% of Ugandans belong to some form of religion, and I'm glad that the religious leaders are here. And in religion, we are taught that with norms that require that those who believe in God should possess work ethics that places a positive moral value on doing a good job based on a belief that work has intrinsic value for our country to thrive. And because of the above, our labor competitiveness as Uganda is lower than other countries. According to International Labour Organization, Uganda's labor productivity stands at $2,724, which is about 10 million per annum as of 2021, far below other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, which is standing at 4,439, about 16.7 million, with China standing at 16,512, about 61.9 million, Germany at 90,551, about 339.5 million per annum. This low labor productivity negatively influences direct foreign investment and economic growth, and is responsible for low income levels in Uganda, with an estimated GDP per capita income of 1,046 as per 2021-2022 Ministry of Finance data. In view of the aforegoing, government continues, Your Excellency, to strengthen institutional framework of accountability in the IGG, Auditor General, DPP, Police, Judiciary, and Parliament to handle unethical conduct among public officials. We also work with religious leaders, cultural leaders, to inculcate the culture of ethical work. As a Ministry of Gender, we are addressing challenges of labor in a multi-pronged approach through supporting Juakali enterprises, that is, providing tools to those who have been skilled, apprenticeship, which is placing people for job, and we have started with the hotel industry, decent work country program where we enforce compliance to labor standards, inspection, handling issues of child labor, reforms in legal and policy framework that will address some of the issues raised by both the workers and the employers. And the above program, Your Excellency, we continue to implement under your guidance and support, and it supplements Uganda's current employment strategy under various MDAs, which is meant to contribute to the creation of 2.6 million jobs over the course of NDP3, with an annual average target of creating 520,000 jobs. The highest number of these jobs are expected to come from services and trade sectors, which should account for 1.378 million jobs, and agriculture and industry and manufacturing. Therefore, as we celebrate this year's Labor Day, it is important that we look at how to promote a culture of ethical behavior to increase productive employment, investment, and household income. We shall continue to seek your guidance, Your Excellency, continue to work with the labor unions, the Federation of Uganda Employers, the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda Manufacturers Association, development partners, to achieve our goals of decent work for all. Your Excellency, as I conclude, I want to applaud the technical team headed by the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Agrich David Chibenge, for organizing this Labor Day celebration, and for Namutumba District Local Government for hosting us in this wonderful, marvelous arrangement. It is now my pleasure, Your Excellency, to take the honor to invite you, Your Excellency, to give your speech.
Her Excellency the Vice President, His Lordship the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers, the NIM Secretariat leaders, the traditional leaders, the ministers, members of parliament, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the security services, n'abasoga mwena mwena koideyo muliyo mubere no mutumura olulimi rumukoba nti rusoga lulamogi aye lulimi runyankore rutabwire mu katono byona byona bye mutumura bimaite byona byona bye mukoba mbivi Katawulidde muddira olunyakitala, Lunyoro, Lutoro, Lunyankole, Lukiga, Lunyambo of Tanzania. Bw'ogamba nti nkimayite olwo lunyakitala, aye bw'okoba nti nkiivi, awo oba otabwiremu olunyarwanda. Kati bano abagamba nti basomi ba Makerere bandibaire basomaira ebyo byonna, aye babeereeyo bagumalire mu eby'abazungu, ebyeibwe tebabiidi. Somebody should translate for me in Rusoga. Wabeewo ankyusiza. Nandibaire ntumura olusiginyi, aye bano ab'e Kampala tebalumayite. N'olwekyo munzikirize ntumura oluzungu, wabe wakyusa mu Lusoga, kubanga bano ab'e Kampala bagenda kubula bano bazungu. Somebody there?
Yes, sir.
I congratulate all of you on Labor Day.
Presidenti abayozayoza mwena mwena okutuuka ku lunaku olw'abakozi.
I had a good drive from Kampala in the rain. It was very nice. And the road is good all the way from Kampala up to here.
Abaire n'olugendo olulungi, waire lw'amabbi, avuze bulungi ng'oluguudo lukalamu.
Okuva e Kampala
okutuuka wano e Namutumba.
Ono omusaadha alowooza nti siidi Lusoga. Therefore, when we talk of the bad roads in Kampala, you should not forget that there are good roads up country also.
N'olwekyo bwe mwogera ku nguudo embi eziri e Kampala, mutalabira nti eriyo enguudo enkalamu agandi mu Uganda mwona mwona.
We are also this year planning to take care of the Maram roads to make sure that they are always in good condition.
Omwaka guno bali kubona nti n'amagira agazira kolansi gona gali mu mbeera enkalamu.
We are therefore going to increase allocations to each district.
N'olw'ensonga eno bajja kwongera empiya buli district,
so that they can maintain the Maram roads in their area.
babe nti amaguudo amagira bagakola bukalamu.
It is not true that Maram roads cannot do well.
Tikituufu nti amagira agazira kolansi tigakola bukalamu.
Recently, I traveled on a road in the district of in Obongi.
Duzi buno nali mu district y'Obongi.
Very good road from one area to Obongi headquarters. Very good road, Maram Road.
Yabona nti amajira okuva kundu kule ni kule okutuuka ku headquarter ya Obongi oluguudo lwayo lukala mwino.
And it was rainy.
Ate nga n'amaadhi gali kufudde emba.
So therefore, we shall ensure that the Maram roads are well maintained, the tarmac roads are well maintained and repaired.
Era n'ensonga lwaki badda kubonanga amajira ag'eitaka gakolebwa bulungi.
No, aga chorus.
Gakolebwa bukalamu gabe nti gatuweereza bulungi.
Maintained. Are well maintained and repaired. Ogadabiriza n'ogakola bupya.
Kugalongoosa gabe nga gakola bulungi.
Okulongoosa.
Yes, sir.
Ono musaadha aidha olusoga. Repair is okulongoosa.
Okuno okwidaabiriza sebo.
Okwidaabiriza.
Yes, sir.
Kale yogera nkoba nga bwenkoba.
Yes, sir.
Tomalaga koba ebibyo.
Okwidaabiriza amajira.
Okwidaabiriza n'okukola buhyaka.
Okwidaabiriza n'okukola obuyaka.
Bw'okiteeka mu Luzungu, it is maintenance, repair, and reconstruction. Ebisatu ebyo.
Okwidaabiriza, okulongoosa, n'okuzimba amajira.
Okukola buhyaka.
Okukola obuyaka is repair.
No, I don't think so. Ono musaadha olusoga lwidi.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to thank my daughter Achiro.
Enda kwebaza muwala we Achiro.
The one who spoke for the workers.
Ayogereire abakozi.
Achiro Lo Kamabel.
Achiro webale ino.
Guno omusajja gulimba tugumai.
Olotuliddi. Ololwaye mwe n'Achiro.
Ntigumaito oruchori. Ngambye nti Lo Kamabel nti ayogedde bulungi. Katoli n'abalimba. Achiro spoke well.
Achiro ayogere bulungi.
Because she spoke of disciplined thinking.
Kubanga ayogere ku empisa mundogera,
mundowooza. And disciplined actions.
Nempisa munkolwa.
That's very good. That's what is really lacking in the population, but it can be worked on.
Ekyo nekiri kubulawo mu bantu ekisobola okutta mu maiso.
Aye tusobola kukikolako.
Era tusobola okukikolako.
Now, but I will call a meeting with the Labour people and we talk in detail
aidda kuba n'olweko banno n'abakozi boogere
because
ebisingawo.
sometimes their thinking does not harmonize well with our thinking.
Kubanga oluyisi endowooza yaibwe tegemagana bulungi n'endowooza yaife.
Now, when we talk of Labor Day,
bw'oyogera ku lunaku lw'abakozi,
the main point of emphasis should be how can we create more jobs?
ekinusi kyandibaire nti tukola tutya emirimu egindi okwongera ku mirimu gyaife.
Tusobola kukola ki bintu ki ebinatuweereza emirimu egisingawo. Okay, it is all right to talk about the welfare of the few who are working. It's all right to talk about that.
Kirungi okwogera ku ngeri kumbeera y'abantu abakozi abo abatono gye bakoleramu.
Embeera y'abakozi abalina omukisa gw'okuba balina emirimu buti. Now, according to the minister,
okusinziira ku minisita,
she told us that about 10 million or 11 million people have jobs now.
atukubere nti bantu nga bukaire 10 n'abalina emirimu bonka.
There are others who don't have jobs.
Aye eriyo abazitira mirimu.
And therefore, when we are dealing with labor issues, we should be discussing how to create more jobs.
Kale bwe tuba tukwogera ku bigemagana ku bakozi, tulina kuba nga twogera ku ngeri gye tutaawo mirimu gindi.
When I spoke in Sanga on the Women's Day, I told you that if you implement seriously PDM, Parish Development Model,
bwe yali esanga ku lunaku lw'abakyala yakobera abannayuganda nti bwe tugema bulungi enkola ya PDM,
we shall be creating 70 million jobs.
Tuyidda kuwundawo emirimu obukaire 7.
That's what I told you.
Ekyo kye yatukoba.
In writing and with examples.
Obuwandiike n'ebyokubonerako.
Because I told you that we have got about 7 million family homesteads.
Kuba yatukuba ati tulina amaka obukaire 7.
Amaka burubukaire 9, but the 7 million are the ones who are in the rural areas with 1 acre or even a quarter an acre of land or more.
Obukaire 9 aye abali mu kyalo balina obutaka obutono oyikandala n'okwika wansi
barubukaire 7.
bali mu kaire 7.
And if you use the small piece of land,
bw'okozesa akataka akatono ako,
even 1 acre,
waire yikandala,
like the ones in Fort Portal,
nga banaife Fort Portal,
you will be able to create about 10 jobs.
osobola okola emirimu nga 10.
Now, 7 million homesteads.
Aleni amaka obukaire 7,
with each one with 1 acre or more.
buli omu nga alina akakaire yikandala oba okweyongera mu maiso.
Even a quarter an acre.
Waireka kutukutu kayiika.
Because a quarter an acre you can still do poultry for eggs.
Kubanga ni mukakutukutu kayiika osobola okutaaku enkoko ed'amagi.
You can do piggery.
Osobola okutaaku MBD.
You can do zero grazing for cattle.
Osobola okutaaku n'ente ey'okwayira mu kiyumba.
for dairy. The only difference is that you have to buy food for them because you can no longer grow the food yourself.
Ekyendawulo kiri nti oba olina okubirimira emmere kubanga oba okugula emmere kubanga oba ozaawo ojja kubiwa kyakulya ku nsiko.
Akataka ko katono oba totasobola kwerimira emmere y'ebisolo byo.
Akataka akatono tosobola kulimira ku mmere ya bisolo.
So, just that agriculture alone, we shall create more jobs than the population of Uganda.
Kale, mu byokulima ebyo byonka tusobola okukola emirimu egiwula abantu bonna bonna mu Uganda.
And this is not new.
Kino tikiyaka.
When the British introduced some few cash crops in Uganda, coffee, cotton, the labor in Uganda was not enough.
Abangereza bwe baleeta kuno emwani ni pamba, abakozi baali tibamala.
That's how the people from Rwanda, from Burundi came here.
Batyo banaife okuva e Burundi ne Rwanda baidda mu Uganda.
And from Kenya, the Jaluos.
N'abajaluwo okuva e Kenya.
So if we fully commercialize agriculture, we shall create more jobs than the population of Uganda.
Kale batwongera ebyobusuubuzi mu nnima yaffe tusobola okukola emirimu mingi okusinga abannayuganda abaliwo.
This is in agriculture only.
Mu byobulimi byonka.
Now, if you add factories, now we have got about 8,000 factories.
Tulina amakolero nga kanana.
Employing 830,000 people.
Abo nga bakozesa abantu ng'emitwalo 83.
And the services are employing the services meaning hotels, transport and so on, are employing 5.3 million people.
Pagano waleta hoteli ebyentambula abo bakozesa obukaire butanu n'emitwalo 3.
Now, these factories
amakolero gano
and services
n'ebyo ebindi nga hoteli n'ebyentambula
are built by the private sector.
Byemereire ku
banekolera jange. They are the ones who are doing all this work, the hotels, the transport, the factories.
Banekolera jange n'abalitaire w'amakolero hoteli n'ebyentambula.
Why did they come here? They came here because mainly of security. And also because of the government policies of liberalization.
N'enkola ya gavumenti eyokuwa abantu eddembe mu kukola.
That's why they flocked in. But now we have got two enemies whom I am going to fight, and you will hear the fight. Mugenda kuwulira omusaayi ogunaaveeyo. Because these two are corrupt politicians and civil servants.
Abalabe bano na abalyenguzi ab'ebyobufuzi n'abakozi ba government.
These are the ones interfering with your future.
Abo na kutetenkania eby'omu maiso byammwe.
byeisu nange mwendi
ebyaife
ebyeisu onomusaza tamanyi nti olura ndumaite ebyeisu ebyaife. These are the ones who are disturbing the investors, asking for bribes.
Bano nabali kusumbuwa bansiga sente nga benda enguzi.
Are all delayed decisions.
Abo abaluisao okusalawo.
Baluisao. Kikyuse bulungi ekyo.
Baluisao okusalawo.
Yes.
Ensalawo.
So, 2, bribes and delay decision making.
Bibiri. Ekisooka okuliisaawo okusalawo, ekyokubiri okulya enguzi.
As the minister was saying, both of them raise the cost of doing business in Uganda.
Nga minisita bwakobye ebyo byombi byongera omuwendo ogw'okukola business mu Uganda.
So I am using this Labor Day to tell everybody that we are going to have a big fight.
Alikosa olunaku lw'abakozi luno kubakobera nti wajja kubaawo ensiitaano enene.
I am going to set up another small unit
ajja kwongera okugundawo akabondo akatono
in my office
mu yafeesi
where the investors can ring directly.
Bamusiga nsimbi bwe banaakubanga essimu agazira.
If anybody asks them for a bribe
omuntu yenna n'abasaba enguzi
or delays the decision,
oba alabye alwisizaawo ensalawo,
like this tax group, so-called, there is some group in URA who go and intercept goods of these traders.
Waliwo akabondo mu URA akajanga kemereza ebingira
and say, I will charge you so much, but if you give me a bribe, I will charge you less.
Bwe bakoba bati ndakugereka diti aye bwompamu ndakendezaako.
I already have reports about all those.
Alina alipoota ku bantu abo.
And you will hear what will happen.
Era mutege maiso.
Because they cannot, the army has done its work.
Abasirikale bakoze mulimo gwaibwe.
We have stabilized the country.
Ensi ntebenkevu.
You see the insecurity all over the world.
Mulikubona obutali butebenkevu munsi yona yona.
The policies are good of the government.
Government enkola yayo nkalamu.
That's why these people are coming.
Nensonga ki abantu abali kwiddeeno.
You remember when we had a big policy debate about whether to give back the property of the Indians or not.
Mwidukira walingawo okubaganya ebirowoozo okuyiriza abayindi ebintu byaibwe.
And we told them that if you don't give the old investors their small properties, how will the new ones come?
Government yakuba nti singa aba batono tumbayikiza byaibwe abakaire abayaka banaida batya.
And the NRC agreed.
NRC yaikizagania ni government.
Now, when you see how many Indians came back and built factories because of that.
Pera no bona bameka abayindi abayira ne bazimba amakolero olwekyo kyonka.
The Chinese,
Aba-China,
the Arabs,
Abawalabu,
the Europeans,
Abazungu,
then our own people.
N'abantu baife bona.
Our own people, we told them, get out of the hotels.
twakoba abantu baife bave mu hoteli.
Government
eve mu hoteli.
Let the hotels be run by the ordinary people.
Hoteli dibenga da abantu babulido.
Get out of transport. You remember government had buses, was owning buses.
Mwidukira government yalinga yona erina bus. UTC, People's.
If netukobera government bwena bere ne bus omuntu obulijjo ya anakola ki?
Government yakola timperano if government utubanga tulikola ogwa taxi owabuliddo anakola ki?
Muva mu bus.
Muve mu bus.
Kume dembe.
Mutewo edembe.
Kole ngudo.
Tukole ngudo n'amagira.
Ebya basi birekere bamwananchi.
Basi birekere abantu babuliddo.
The taxi border. How can the government run borders? Government yawo eri border.
Government ebetyawo nga erikola business ya border.
So you can see amagezi galia amanyi bwetukoba. Wisdom is better than strength.
Yes. Amagezi gasinga amani.
Just by policy only.
Kutawa bwankola.
Return the things of the Indians. Government get out of hotels and transport and so on.
Government eve mu hoteli mu byentambula n'ebindi bityo bityo.
No money, no what, just policy decision.
Tisente tichi aye bwankola.
Enkola yoka ereta abantu.
Enkola yene yaleeta abantu.
Then security.
N'ebyobutebenkevu.
Then infrastructure.
N'okutaawo ebyokozesa. Emisingi.
Yebyenfuna. When you do the road, like these roads I traveled on today, they make business easy.
Bokola enguudo ennungi nga datambulire ku lwaleero business eba nangu.
The electricity.
Amasannyalaze.
The minister was saying that the people in the pavilion are ringing on mobile phones.
Minister akobye nti abantu abali mu gaming business
abali mu kidaala wano.
Abali mu kidaala wano. Sabo ni yugema era. Balikola business yawe ku masimu.
Because we solved the issue of telephones.
Kubanga ensonga y'amasimu bagigondola.
And we did it by policy also.
Bagikola nabukola lwankolwa.
Let the private people come and run telephone companies.
Perano abantu bakinomu bibone baidda batandika okola ku by'amasimu.
So we are moving very well.
Kale tulikutambula bukalamu.
That's why the economy grew from 1.5 billion in 1986 to now about 50 billion.
Chova twongere okukula
economy ebyenfuna byaife
bikuze okuva ku kakaire kalala kitundu paka mu butabalika.
Ono omusaadha bannange nkobye nti okuva ku kawumbi kalala
akawumbi kalala
n'ekitundu kati buti tuli ku buwumbi 50.
Buti tuli ku buwumbi 50.
Ebyobutabalika tunatera okubituukako.
Tuli kumpi kutuuka mu butabalike.
And this expansion
okugaziya kuno okugaziwa
economy is mainly in raw materials, more coffee, more tea, more bananas, and so on.
okugaziwa kuno kuli ku bintu ebikaali kulongoosebwamu duuma mwani.
Now, what I'm telling the country is that add value to these.
nano kyali kuba Uganda eno twongeremu omutindo ku bintu bino.
The economy will jump from 50 billion to 500 billion.
ebyenfuna bive ku buwumbi 5 bujje ku buwumbi 5.
That is half a trillion. Tunaba tuyingidde mu lulimi lwa omusaada akobo obutabalika.
ekimu kyakubiri ku katabalika.
Yes. You can do this quickly because we already have the raw materials, we have the transport, we have the electricity. All we need is to bring investors to add value.
Kino kisoboka kubanga ebyokozesebwa biriwo, enkola eriwo, twetaaga kukola mutindo nga banaife ba musigansimbi baidda kutweyungaku.
But the ones chasing them are the two people, the parasite and the unpatriotic civil servant.
Abali enguzi n'abalobera okusalawo amangu.
Parasites okikyusa otya?
Ekyo kyenkayiza abanunuzi.
Katubaite enkwa.
Enkodo.
Enkondo zitumazirewo banaife.
Enkodo ditubizeewo ku banaife.
Because they are sucking our blood.
Kuba bali kunwa omusaayi gwaife.
So, please, all of you, the parasites,
mwena enkodo,
and the unpatriotic, abatalina mwoyo gwa Uganda,
naimwe abazirira mwoyo gwa Uganda,
stop.
Mulekerawo, mwekomeku.
Because I will definitely collide with you.
Kubanga mazima edda kubatomera.
This is actually the main problem now. It's no longer, we had a problem of infrastructure, of this, of that, but now the main problem are these enkwa.
Bunono obuzibu obusigayo bwonka. Kubanga ate wakali buzibu kulabula ngudo na bukola ayi enkodo.
Let our people don't delay any decision, don't ask for a bribe, assist the wealth creators.
Mutasaba nguzi, mutalwawo kusalawo.
That means PDM must move very fast.
Kitegeeza nti PDM enokutambula ku speed yetagisa.
And correctly also.
Ate bukalamu.
Emyoga. UDB, I will have to sit down with that UDB group and why are you delaying people, UDB?
Banka ya UDB, edakuti amanabo ababuze lwaki bali mu kasobo.
Bakoya abantu.
Lwaki bakoya abantu?
Genda, komawo, genda. These are not your house boys.
Tambula ira jaira banoti ba boy baimwe.
Decide quickly.
Musalewo mangu.
Even the other agencies.
N'ebitongole ebindi.
Then now the corruption of the political class and the bureaucratic class.
Mekairi enkodo dobya debyobufuzi nibale abatasalawo mangu.
I know who they are. I already have rough reports, but I'm not going to be more detailed. You will hear.
Abaidi era aidakubatukira kwirala.
But this is not necessary. I want all of you to be part of the future of a new Africa.
ayi kino tikyetaagisa pulezidenti ayenda mwena mube ku Africa ey'omu maiso.
So change by yourself wherever you are.
Kale imwe bene mukyuseemu.
For instance, we have got very big investments. Like there is a boy called Magora. He has built a very big factory in Matuga.
Ekyokuboneraku waliwo omulenzi ono Magola eyataawo eikolero e Matuga wano.
I have spent like 4 years fighting Magora's war, begging this one. I will not beg anybody. What I tell you to do, you must do. If you don't do, I will deal with you.
Amaze emyaka 5 ng'ali kulwana entalo da Magola. Aye gutitaka asaba. Kyakoba ky'oba okole.
All these value addition groups, like here we had these young people were here showing they can do everything. These ones here. Ababade kumwole sowano.
Ni wano mwole sowano waliwo abavubuka babwine abali kwongera omutindo mu bintu ebyendawulo.
And I saw them in Gulu.
Yababona e Gulu.
Even Arua they were there.
N'Arua baliyo.
They can do everything. Add value to cassava, add value to Duma, add value to.
Basobola okwongera omutindo mu bintu byaife Duma, muwogo.
Mushrooms.
Obutiko.
Coffee.
Emwani.
Pamba. We had a boy in Ruuka.
Aliwo omulenzi e Ruuka.
The one who was adding value to cotton.
Yali alikwongera omutindo mu pamba.
To make cotton for the hospitals.
Okola pamba
w'amalwaliro. Abo bona bafuuka omugugu gwange yenze ndono okubeetika. I write to this one, write to that one. Right now, if I write to you, you don't act, I deal with you.
Ogwo gonna mugugu gwa president. Yawandikira no yawandika aye buti bwakuwandikira.
All those people are suffering. Like, I don't know that boy of Luke. I don't know what is happening to him now. Was making cotton for hospitals, which they are buying from outside. Ogwawe kusaka.
Yali alikola famba omalwaliro okutuwonia okumutola kulia kumuleta wano.
So, please, Achiro, while we are talking about the welfare of the few who are already employed, let's really emphasize the question of creating more jobs.
Kale munaife Achiro, ng'oyokayogera ku mbeera y'abakozi abo abatono, twogere ne ku ngeri y'okugundawo emirimu egindi.
And the sectors are there, commercial agriculture, sector 1.
Ate ebitongole ebyokukola ku biriwo ekisooka enima
obulimi n'obulunzi obukola sente.
Enima y'ekisuubuzi ekola esente.
Industries.
Amakolero.
Services obuweereza. And ICT ebyuma bya kalimagezi.
N'ebyebwa kabwidhibwidhi.
Now, the other area where Achiro and her group should support me
engeri eyindi Achiro ni baine gibalina okuyamba ku president
is the costs of doing business. The costs of doing business. Ensasanya y'omuntu bw'aba akola business mu Uganda.
Engereka y'okola mu business mu Uganda.
We must be competitive with the rest of the world.
Tulina okuba nga tusinganwa ne bannaffe abali enda wa Uganda.
That means
kitegeeza nti
4 areas.
Ngeri ina.
First one, the major one, there are others, but the major ones.
eri ebindi aye ekisinga
The cost of electricity.
beeyi y'amasannyalaze.
You tell your people to support my positions in fighting for electricity.
Goba bayino muwagire pulezidenti ku ngeri y'okuyisa beeyi y'amasannyalaze.
Because I want the masanyalazi for manufacturing to come to 5 American cents per unit.
Kubanga alikwenda beeyi y'amasannyalaze ere ku sente 5
Masanyalazi ag'amakolero.
Amasannyalaze ag'amakolero.
Mpozi na businesses endala zisobola kwongerako mpolampola.
Ni bizinesi tetuyinza okwongeraku akatono katono.
But night clubs, I don't mind if they pay a bit more.
Aya ebiduula we basasula akagana nati nsonga.
Bwe banasasula nga 7 awo.
Abo ne basasula eningi.
Sifaayo nnyo.
Abe tafaayo.
But manufacturing.
Aye amakolero.
The cost, the railway, we must build repair the old railway and build a new one.
Okwidaabiriza lwere n'okuzimba empyaka.
Okwidaabiriza railway enkaire.
Okwidaabiriza railway enkaire n'okuzimba empyaka.
Please, there, if we are budgeting, budgeting for foreign travel or what, we said, no, let's do this one first.
Tusoke tuve mu by'okutambula okujja ekuliya tukole bino ebitandikirwako.
Then the money for UDB, the cost of money for business, for agriculture and industry, UDB.
Kairi n'amagoba ku sente da banka begaba UDB wengewa banaife abalimi n'abyamakolero.
Finally, when I meet Achira and her group, we shall discuss the question of cheap labor versus the other one, the smart labor or whatever she called it.
Banayagana Achiro ni baini baida kuwaya ku beeyi y'abakozi
we shall emisara y'abakozi
empeera y'abakozi.
Now it's good for you to ILO and all that, but ILO does not know Uganda very well.
Kirungi okugira ku banaife abensi abakulembera abakozi mu nsi yona yona aye abo tibaidi Uganda bukalamu.
Africa, Uganda is very rich, much richer than those countries you are talking about.
Uganda ngaigaino okuula ensi edindi balikogeranga.
Because those countries you talk about, they are poor countries, they don't have resources.
Kubanga banaife batwogera ku baavu ino bazze bakozesa.
Japan, they don't have agriculture.
Japan eziza bya bulimi.
They don't have tourism.
Bazza bya bulambuzi.
That's why for them they are clever, they just make cars and so on. Abasura abarani bazugula.
Kyova bagezi bakola bwa motoka abasura abandi bagula.
But for us, we can do all that. We can make cars, make machinery, but also have our own agriculture, have our own forestry, have tourism. We have got everything. So be careful. Don't always say ILO, what.
Ife tulina.
Nze ndi wa wano.
Ife tulina buli kintu, tulina ebibira ebyobulambuzi, twaba ebyobulimi, tusobola okukola n'ebyuma n'amakolero aye tuli kubale be tuli kulingira ntuza nti balinawo.
So our structure needs a different approach. We are not going to computers. I see what. I have not seen anybody eating computers.
Ife tulina kukyusamu tibyakwira kubalembwa kabwidibwidi byuma byaki tituli ebyo.
Who has eaten computer? I have not seen him.
Ani yali yalire ku computer.
They are still eating food.
Bakali amere mwogo.
I am still on my millet.
Yeye akerira bwitabwe.
This morning I had my muhogo.
Kuncho kuno awunire ku kikoko kye.
Muhogo. Muhogo.
Lera awunire ku mwogo.
Yesterday Sunday I ate my millet.
Olwasabitido erire bwitabwe.
I eat millet 2 times in a week.
Ye bwitabulya mirundi ebiri mu sabiti.
Millet is the best food in the world.
Obwita nemere singayo munsi yona yona.
So we need, yes, to hear what the others are doing, but to develop our own model.
Kale tuulira byalo byakuba ayife tuna tugundewo ekyaife bene.
Because even when we are talking of the minimum wage, living wage and all that,
kuba niwe twogera ku musala n'empeera
okusemba ya wansi ate n'omusala ogunasobozesa omuntu okubeerawo.
Omusala ogusembayo gansi n'ogusobozesa omuntu okubaawo obulungi mu bweyagala kwe.
Our cost of living here is much different from the other countries.
Beeyi yaife okubaawo yandawulo ino ate ennungi okuwula ku amaganga agandi.
In 1979, I was the Minister of Defense in that government of that time.
Mu mwaka gw'olukumyenda yali minister wa
in that of defense in that government.
Yali minister wa defense mu government eyo.
The salary was very low.
Omusala gwali musamu mutono guti.
But my sister-in-law, sister-in-law, mulamu from Buweju. Buweju, one of the areas of Ankole.
Buweju eyo Mwankole.
Would bring a huge basket of ensano yakalo, millet flour.
Ngamuletera ekibo ky'obuse namba eti yobulo.
And that's what, so although we're getting a low salary, but we are subsidizing our existence by free millet, free flour, ensano.
Waire omusala gwali mutono guti. Aye yali nga asobola okwongereza ku ebyobwerere bwe bali afuna ensano oba obuse bwobulo bwe bamuleteranga.
How can you get free flour in London?
Mpegano ofunawa obuse oba obusa in London.
Or Beijing or all those places you keep talking about.
Beijing,
Germany, ILO, do they have free? Do they have free ensano? So please, let's plan. Africa, Uganda is much better off than all those places you keep running after.
Uganda efe no Africa gaino okula ebyo bifo by'emutiro okuwa yaku.
That's how we have been able to build a very powerful army.
Tutyo we tuzimbye eje eryamani eryendawulo irungi.
When it started raining, you all ran to the tents.
Amadi gwagitandise okulumuka okufudemba mulumukire muwema.
But you have seen them, they are here in the rain.
Aye mulikubona babo mu madi. Ekire kibagereireko.
And they are, I asked Eweru, I said, do my people have rainproof?
Abuziza omukulu weje nti abasadda bange balina ekibabwika ku mu madi.
If they had not, I would have said, you go into the shed.
Singa webazira abayira dda kubasibula bonna bajje bawumulire ku.
But when I saw they all had, I want to congratulate the parade organizers because sometimes they.
Akuyozayoza abatesitesi ba parade.
They all had rainproof.
Kubanga buli omu abayire n'akagema amaanyi.
So we have been able to build a very powerful army with very little money.
Tuzimbye amagye ag'amaanyi n'obusente obutono.
Because we emphasize what is important. We don't start with the barracks, cars. No. We start with the bullet to kill the enemy.
Kubanga eisira tulitaire ku kisinga bukulu ti bindi barracks bichi be ekisinga obukulu.
Then we add some food.
Bayongera ku emmere,
clothing,
ebyambalo,
training,
okusomesa, okutendeka obukodyo.
Then slowly we are now beginning to deal with the barracks now.
Pegana nobuti batandise okwira ku kuzimba barracks.
Salaries were low. Salaries were low. It's only recently we tried to bring it up a bit. So we should always have plans according to our means and our capabilities, not after other people.
Entegeka yaife ejira ku mitendero ku bye tulinawo ti kutandika kubonera ku bandi kyakola.
So now finally with the people of Busoga
ekisembayo eri abantu ba Busoga
and Eastern region
n'abantu abali ebuva nduba
of Wanjuba, I will come back and we talk about the issue of everybody byeyisu.
Aidakwira tuwaye ku nsonga y'ebibali bannayifwe.
This everybody, these are the ebyaji by'amaadhi Katonda ge yatuwaire.
Ebibali n'ebyaji by'amaadhi Katonda byatuwa.
Ebyaji nini granary bana abazungu tebamanyi olulimi lwaife. Granary
balabangereza tebaidhi byaji ife olulimi lwaife lugaiga.
So I'm saying that the wetlands are the granary of water.
Ebibali n'ebyaji by'amaadhi. And
we want to do irrigation on the dry land there.
Era twenda kufukirira kulukalu eno kumutala.
Kumutala twagala kufukirira emitala.
Twenda kufukirira emitala.
And we are bringing equipment for that.
Era bakuleeta ebyuma ku nsonga eyo.
Therefore, the people who are in the granary of water, please, I would come without quarreling, without empaka, please.
Agazira kuyomba, awazira kusola bana.
Now, what I want, the plan we have is to do what we did in Limoto. There's something called Limoto in Parisa.
Entegeka eriwo neyonga eyakolebwa eParisa erimoto.
Where we can make fish ponds at the edge of the swamp.
Wasobola okutaawo ebidiba by'ebyenanda kumbali kw'ebibali.
And the people who have been in the center of the swamp come to we give them these fish ponds.
Ababaire gagati mu bibali baidaba abawa ebidiba ebyo.
And they will get much more money than they are getting from the rice of destroying our byaji of water.
Baidafuna sente ningi okuwula eddo dibafuna mu kulima omuceere mu byaji by'amaadhi gaife.
Aye abo abamanyira omuceere gw'abayindi nze sirya muceere nze ndi ku kalo muwogo ebitooke byange kati emyaka ngenda kweza myaka genda kuweza emyaka 79.
President ajja kuweza emyaka 79 aye ye wa Bwita, Mwogo, Matoke. Mumboine nga balaga mukwawo.
Now, but there, wali omusaadha n'omuwala bensanze wali abaleeta omuceere okuva Nwoya mujje wano okumuzinda naye mwogereku.
Waliwo
omusaadha
omuguna n'omuwala omwami n'omukyala bayagaine mu mwoleso abalima omuceere e Nwoya ere Mwacholi banamwidde muwayeku n'abataka ku Ministerial mwidde. Those who have displayed rights from Nwoya, please.
They know Lusoga. The girl and the boy. Come, quickly.
Omuwala n'omulenzi abatolwa omutyere okuva e Nwoya.
Olaba abali omuceere tebalina speed.
Obona.
Abomuceere temulina speed.
Abali omutyere bali mu egayalo.
Kale mugezezaako. Naye nze ow'Obwita kirabika.
President ow'Obwita ye akayidduza buli ssaaga.
Mwita Olusoga. Omuzukuru omuwala gwe oba osooka Olusoga olwidi.
Ayeta lwidi. Ayo no mwina idi Olusoga.
Okay. Tusomese Omulusoga.
Your Excellency, ife tuva mu Crown Seeds, twatandika kampani yonga Blessed Tree, kampani ya kukyalo kino, tulimisa abantu omutyere, ndowooza nkozesa lusibino. Tukola omutyere, aye tulina ebika bingi eby'omutyere. Aye wenakoleranga mu disitulikiti muno twalinga n'ekizibu eky'omutyere guno gwe tulima omu Bibali. Netusalawo through Naro ntusuna ebika by'omutyere bisobola okubala okumutala.
Okay.
That's Narika 4, Narika 5.
Enyingiza eryeta ey'omuceere ow'okumutala.
Ogw'omutyere tugulima mu mutala tetwaba mu Bibali kukosa mbeera ya bwire.
Naye enyingiza eryetya.
Buli eka Your Excellency ezwamu ensawo 25 ku 35 okusinziira enkola gye tusomesera abalimi baisu. Tuba tutairemu ekigimusa ekisa.
And omu Bibali, what were you getting?
Omu Bibali abantu lwakuba Babali tebabasomesa kusa tusuna wakati wa nsawo 12 na 15.
15?
Yes,
ez'okumutala zisinga?
Gusinga okubala, gusinga ogw'omu Kibali. Ate n'okubala ebiseera gutwala ebiseera bitono.
Okay.
Omutyere ogw'omu Kibali gutwala ennaku 18, guno gutwala ennaku 12.
Kale. And the other girl, what language do you speak? Acholi?
Nze Muteso.
Mteso. Speak English. Give your testimony in English. Remove your mask and speak.
Thank you very much.
Get near the microphone.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. We are trying to promote Nerika 4, upland rice. We are trying to eliminate this planting, we are trying to eliminate the planting of rice in wetlands. So we had to promote the Nerika 4, Nerika 5 in uplands.
Okay, Yalama?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. So, therefore, those people who are in the wetlands, please be ready. I am coming back. I don't want to quarrel. I don't want to push people.
Kale, banaife bali mu Bibali, mwetegeke okuwaya kuni president tayenda kuyomba, tayenda kubasikasika.
I would help you to shift from growing rice in the wetlands to fish farming on the edge of the swamp.
edda kubayamba okuva mu kulima omutyere mu bibali mwire kulunda ebyenanda mu bidiba kumbali kw'ebibali,
so that we can restore water for irrigation ku mitala yona.
tusobola okwizaawo embeera y'amazzi okuba mu bibali okuba nti tufukirira ebirime ku mitala.
And I'm sure the agricultural people can get time and teach you how much more the area will harvest if we use irrigation ku mitala yona.
Era akakasa nti banaife aby'ebyobulimi basobola okutusomesa okutukubera enfuna bweyinza okweyongeramu singa tukozesa emitala nga tugifukirire.
Dr. Muranga, who is a girl from here,
Dr. Muranga, muwala waife ku Busoga kuno,
she's doing banana growing in Bushenyi.
alikola kulima amatooke e Bushenyi
On the government farm which we gave her.
Farm ya government.
And with her irrigation,
ye kufukirira
ebigogo. The production in the Bushenyi area, the villagers, they produce 5.3 tons per hectare of bananas per year.
Ab'omukyalo e Bushenyi bakungula amatooke obungi tani
itaano n'obutundutundu busatu
n'emitwalo asatu.
The per hectare
ebiri na kitundu
per year.
buli mwaka.
Now, in Dr. Muranga's farm, which we gave her,
aye mu nnimiro ya Dr. Muranga,
she's harvesting 53 tons.
Ye akungula tani obukayire 53.
Tons atano n'esatu.
Tani 53.
10 times more than the villagers.
Emirundi 10 okuulawo ab'ebyalo.
Why?
Lwaki?
Irrigation,
kufukirira,
and the use of fertilizers.
N'akukozesa bijimusa.
So, everybody please.
Kale bana everybody.
Ebyaji by'amaadhi gaife.
Ebyaji by'amaadhi gaife.
Mutuviire.
Mubyamuke.
Tufukirire emitala.
Tufukirire emitala.
Amaadhi gaireku.
Amaadhi geyongere.
Come back.
Gaire mubibali.
Gaire. This man is confused. I know Rusoga, but you are the one confusing me. So that the water comes back, so that we can irrigate Busoga now. But it's not only irrigation. I had a program in Bushenyi. I had something I called a model parish. And I gave them support. But they needed to mulch their gardens. Traditionally, the Banyankore use the grass of the swamps. They call it ebigugu.
Banaife Abanyankole bakozesa ebisubi by'omu bibali byebeeta emigugu tibidi mu Lusoga.
The
okuba nga bwikayiniro daiwe.
The scientific name is Cyperum latifolia.
Scientific name mubajeta Cypera latifolia.
Now, these are grasses. I'm sure even here they are there, but because I saw them on the main road. You cut it, you go and mulch the garden, it grows again. That's how the Banyankole used to mulch. But because in Bushenyi they had also learned that bad habit of interfering with the wetlands, they now told me we need a pickup. A pickup for what? That they are going to buy a bigugu from 30 miles away. Asatu. And that they had a contractor, somebody who had, what do you call it? They had a tender to supply a bigugu. Can you imagine? And yet God has got the bisubi here, in every. So when you get out of everybody, it's not only the water, it is also the grass for mulching. But even, I don't know here whether you do not have ensonzi. Ensonzi, zarieno. Ensonzi, the mud fish. They used to be there. Yes. Ensonzi, they grow it's in those swamps. So please, let's really be smart and stop blind mistakes.
Kale bana tongere mu obukudukudu tulekere okukola bintu bya
mwebare ino mbakulisa mwena olunaku lw'abakozi Kibumba abakuume.
Your Excellency, we beg for indulgence, and at this time I wish to invite the MC for the Chancery to take us through the award of medals. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, and your dear spouse, distinguished guests, in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On this year's International Labour Day celebrations, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, is pleased to recognize by awarding medals to deserving citizens and indeed other persons. And to do the presentation is none other than me, Major General George Igumba, the Master of Ceremonies for the Chancery, as per Section 14(1) 2002 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended. Now, therefore, in accordance with Section 3, Part 2 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda has approved the award of medals to 64 persons, among whom 16 are female and 48 male, during this year's International Labour Day celebrations. The medals are the Distinguished Order of the Nile, First Class, Grand Commander, the Distinguished Order of the Crested Crane, Fourth Class Officer, the Nalubale Medal, the Masaba Medal, the National Independence Medal, Diamond Jubilee, and the Long Service Gold 30 Years Plus Police Medal. The names of the 64 awardees were duly considered by the Presidential Awards Committee, comprising of 9 eminent persons, with Ambassador Beatrice Wabudaya as the chair and Hajat Zamina Malole as the secretary, under the auspices of the Minister for the Presidency, Honorable Mile Babirie Babalanda. The medals have been grouped as follows: the Distinguished Order of the Nile, First Class, Grand Commander, 2 persons; the Distinguished Order of the Crested Crane, 4th Class Officer, 4 persons; the Nalubale Medal, 2 persons; the Masaba Star Medal, 1 person; the National Independence Medal, Diamond Jubilee, 50 persons; and the Long Service Gold, 30 Years Plus, Police Medal, 5 persons. Award of the Distinguished Order of the Nile. Pursuant to Section 3.2, Second Schedule, Part 1 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the Distinguished Order of the Nile, First Class, Grand Commander, is awarded to a person who excels in production, research, economic development, social or cultural enterprises, while promoting Uganda abroad through artistic, scientific, or cultural work by working in the public service, being a member of a cultural, religious, academic, or scientific institution, being a member of the public or private sector, being a traditional leader or community leader, or being a distinguished member of a visiting cultural delegation. The 2 awardees who have been approved for the award are Professor Juma Waswa Balunywa, a male adult from Iganga district. Professor Waswa Balunywa has made significant contributions to Uganda's economy through his leadership in various fields, including but not limited to education, entrepreneurship, innovation, governance, and partnerships. He has played a key role in the development of the business sector in Uganda, resulting in the emergence of a new generation of entrepreneurs and the growth of sustainable business that contribute to the country's socio-economic development. Professor Balunywa has authored and co-authored several publications on entrepreneurship, innovation, and business management in Uganda. Some of his notable publications are Entrepreneurship in Africa, a critical review, a study of small-scale enterprises in Uganda, and challenges of managing business education in Uganda. The next in this category is none other than Dr. Pius Bigirimana, a male adult from Kisoro district. He is a senior civil servant in the government of Uganda, and he is the permanent secretary and secretary to the judiciary. His employment in the Uganda civil service has spanned over 30 years, during which period he has risen from junior ranks to his current role as permanent secretary. He has been a key player in the conceptualization, innovation, implementation, and evaluation of a number of government initiatives, prominent among them being spearheading the Youth Livelihood Program in 2014 on a 5-year program that saw the empowerment of up to 250,000 individual youth in various enterprises, reducing unemployment ratio, stimulating local creativity, and enriching vocational skills among communities in various districts. He is the author of 4 books: Abundance Mentality, Corruption, A Tale of Wars in Sheep's Clothing, From Tears to Cheers, and Youth Livelihood Program for the Developing World. Award of the Distinguished Order of the Crane, Crested Crane. Pursuant to Section 3.2, Second Schedule, Part 1 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001, as amended, the Distinguished Order of the Crested Crane, 4th Class Officer, is awarded to a person who distinguishes him or herself in leadership or service in the public or private sector, as a political leader of a local government, an advocate, doctor, engineer, or accountant, a member of a foreign government who contributes to the development of Uganda. The 4 awardees who have been approved are Professor Enos Kiremire, a male adult from Kabale district. He is an accomplished chemist and one of the authority members at the National Planning Authority, where he serves as the chairperson of the Science Committee Board. He is an alumnus of Makerere University and has worked at several prestigious universities in Africa and beyond as a professor of chemistry, notably the University of Namibia, where he served as the Dean, Faculty of Science. Next is Honorable Captain John Emily Otekat, a male adult from Serere District. Honorable Captain John Emily Otekat is a flight captain and former Deputy Executive Director of the Uganda National Parks and later Uganda Wildlife Authority. He is also the former MP for Serere County and the former chairperson LC5, Soroti District. He retired from the Uganda Wildlife Authority as the Deputy Director of Field Operations. Next is Mr. Benjamin Oto, a male adult from Gulu District. Mr. Benjamin Oto was the chair of the Uganda Wildlife Authority Board of Trustees for 8 years. He is also a retired senior civil servant, having worked in the Ministries of Education and Sports, Tourism and Wildlife, Foreign Affairs and Information and Broadcasting in different roles, including as Under-Secretary and Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities from 1990 to 1996. Next is none other than Engineer Ziria Tibalwa Wako, a female adult from Jinja District. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Electricity Regulatory Authority, a position she assumed on 23 March 2017. She possesses over 30 years of work experience in Uganda's electricity subsector, 18 of which have been at the senior management level. Engineer Wako has led various projects to successful completion, including but not limited to the global energy transfer for feed-in tariff projects from 2012 to 2021, which added 150 megawatts to the national grid. Through her leadership, ERA has been rated the best electricity regulator on the African continent by the African Development Bank Electricity Regulatory Index for 5 consecutive years. as well as the best environmental monitoring and enforcement organization by the National Environment Management Authority. The accomplished engineer, Your Excellency, serves as a synod member of the local church, All Saints Igeiro, Mukta, Bute, Beitambogwe Archdeaconry in Central Busoga Diocese of the Church of Uganda. Award of the Nalubale Medal. Pursuant to Section 3.2, Second Schedule, Part 1 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the Nalubale Medal is awarded to all civilian activists who have contributed towards the political development of Uganda, either through armed struggle or civil disobedience, and otherwise right from colonial times to date. The two awardees who have been approved are Mr. Johan van Eyck and Mrs. Els Timmerman, male and female adult respectively, who are members of a foreign government, Belgium. For outstanding service, the duo, who are Belgian citizens, petitioned the United Nations in Rome that there was strong evidence of the Sudan government supporting the Ugandan rebels. They stood as a couple with Ugandans throughout the fight against the Lord Resistance Army insurgency that culminated into the end of the rebellion, a struggle against neo-colonial tendencies, sensitized the population towards peaceful existence for human development. They remarkably did the following with the Uganda People's Defense Forces: supplied UPDF with usable information against the enemies of state, wrote a book titled Aboke Girls that exposed the ruthless nature of the Lord Resistance Army to the international community. They turned their home in Kampala into a counseling and rehabilitation center for formerly abducted children where need arose by moving them from the war zone for mental recovery. Award of the Masaba Star Medal. Pursuant to Section 3.2, Second Schedule, Part 1 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the Masaba Star Medal is awarded to Defense Forces personnel under the same circumstances described in the award of the Kabalega Medal, but where the gallantry is not as conspicuous as in the Kabalega Medal. And the only awardee is none other than Resistance Army number 250717, Private Okelo Okure Patrick, a male adult from Abim district. The militant, while serving as a rifleman assigned on a Mi-17 helicopter, was caught in the line of duty exhibiting extra courage in the helicopter crash on October 2022, during the ongoing Shuja operations, saved and rescued 5 other militants on board the aircraft, and further attempted to rescue one officer who was fastened on a stretcher but failed. By remarkable standard, he displayed incomparable, extraordinary heroism, exceptional, meritorious, and selfless service. Award of the 60th National Independence Medal, Diamond Jubilee. Pursuant to Section 3.2, Second Schedule, Part 1 of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the 60th National Independence Medal, Diamond Jubilee is awarded to a person in recognition of outstanding service and loyalty to the country from 9th October 1962 to 9th October 2022. The 50 awardees who have been approved are Dr. Margaret Juncker, a female adult from Denmark. Dr. Juncker is a medical doctor and Danish national who has devoted her time to serving Ugandans. She is the founder doctor of the Reach Out Umbuya HIV/AIDS initiative since 2001 that has been supporting the slum dwellers in and around Kampala. She started this initiative by running a clinic in the church hall of Our Lady of Africa, Church Umbuya in Kampala. She later mobilized funds and constructed several structures in Umbuya Parish, enabling more Ugandans within the area to access HIV services. She was a pioneer in taking antiretroviral medicines into the homes of the very poor people within the area who were unable to make it to the clinic. And next is Dr. Amina Zawede, a female adult from Mpigi district. She is the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Information and Communication Technologies and National Guidance. She holds a doctorate of philosophy in computer science of Eindhoven University and a postgraduate diploma in educational technologies, University of Cape Town, South Africa. Dr. Zawede is an experienced IT professional, passionate about embracing digital transformation to improve business models, service delivery, and transformation of peoples. Next is Professor Dr. Kagambe Edmond, a male adult. Professor Dr. Kagambe Edmond's knowledge and expertise stretch across a wider spectrum in education, administration, and management. He has been teaching and managing education institutions for 31 years, both at secondary and university levels. Next is Ms. Vanita Kaiwa, a female adult from Kampala City. Next is Ms. Tina Drazu, female adult from Arua district. Next is Ms. Rita Nasirumbi, a female adult. Next is Ms. Vivian Dambwa, a female adult. Next is Dr. Jidudu Masaba, a female, Masaba Ambrose, a male adult from Sronko district. Next is Mr. Kaganizo Mutesasra Evans, a male adult from Shenyi district. Next is Ms. Jachinta Kagoro Asaba, a female adult from Kabarore district. Next is Ms. Nanozi Anita Seruwaji, a female adult. Next is Mr. Pade Kabagambe, may his soul rest in peace, a male adult from Kasese district. Next is Ms. Jane Namgerwa Chigundu, a female adult. Next, Mr. Owora Jeremiah, a male adult, and Dr. Annette Alenyo Ngabirano, a female adult from Pakwachi district. Next is Dr. Nakwagala Fred, a male adult from Iganga district. Mr. Lugwire Diope, may his soul rest in peace, a male from Namtumba district. Mr. Wachinoile Moses Peter, a male adult from Namtumba district. Kasalao Chikalanga Fu Muhammad, may his soul rest in eternal peace, from Namtumba district. Bishop Baligasima Patrick, a male adult from Namtumba district. Bishop Kaswabuli Beswell, a male adult from Namtumba district. Sheikh Mwanikasnan, a male adult from Namtumba district. Isiko George, a male adult from Namtumba district. Butotova Mugoya, a male adult from Namtumba district. Pastor Dawson Msasizi, a male adult from Namtumba district. And Mr. Charles Ivaibi, a male adult from Namtumba district. From the UPDF, in this category are Resistance Officer number 01121, Colonel Wilberforce K. Serunkuma, a male adult. Resistance Officer number 07892, Colonel David Ochiti Chidega, a male adult. Resistance Officer 07749, Colonel Samson Henry Nabeta, a male adult. Resistance Officer number 07612, Lieutenant Colonel Chigusu Badiru Chigubu, a male adult. Next is Resistance Officer number 11899, Major Janet Kismat Auma, a female adult. Next is Resistance Officer number 12345, Captain Lydia Banura Shekina, a female adult. And last in this category, UPDF, is Resistance Army number 71047, Warrant Officer Class 1, Semahera Naswagi, a male adult. The police officers in the Diamond Jubilee category are Commissioner of Police Kutesa Simon, a male adult, Assistant Commissioner of Police Dr. Kitaimbwa Peter, a male adult, Senior Superintendent of Police Dr. Rubanza Barnabas, a male adult, and Senior Superintendent of Police retired Okungo Juma, a male adult. Those from the Uganda prisons in the Diamond Jubilee category are PO 687 Willie Pade Opio, male adult, NOPM 320 Mukonde Diogratias, a male adult, P152 Philip Ikwara, a male adult, PW125 William Joseph Wafutu, male adult, number 6235 Waira Shaban Swale, a male adult, number P0884 Orekun Alfred, a male adult, number PB204 Biomumesho Anatoli, a male adult, P0655 Okuyat Robert Acosta, a male adult, P0945 Osekel John Ingabat, a male adult, and from the Uganda Wildlife Authority in the Diamond Jubilee category is Dr. Arthur Mugisha, a male adult, Mr. Mapesa Moses, may his soul rest in peace, a male adult, Dr. Andrew Gunga Seguya, a male adult, Mr. Raymond Engena, a male adult. Award of the Long Service with Good Conduct Gold 30 years plus Police Medal. Pursuant to Section 3.3, Second Schedule Part 2A of the National Honors and Awards Act 2001 as amended, the Long Service with Good Conduct Gold 30 years plus medal is awarded to officers with long service years with a clean and uninterrupted service to the force. The 5 awardees who have been approved are Assistant Inspector General of Police Xavier Rego, a male adult, Assistant Inspector General of Police Mugisa Joseph, a male adult, Senior Commissioner of Police Dr. Omoding Wilson Otuna, a male adult, Senior Superintendent of Police Muvawala Christine, a female adult, and lastly, 20690 Corporal Ochaya Rosalyn, a female adult. Your Excellency, that marks the end of my presentation. I thank you for your kind attention and indeed patience for God and my country.
Parade Commander.
Huo ndio mwisho wa gwaride. Naomba kutoa bendera uwanjani, Mheshimiwa Rais. ¡Good!
The national colors have been marched off the parade ground and they are properly secured.
Parade Commander sir, naomba kuendelea na gwaride.
Carry on.
Thank you very much, Parade Commander, for the job well done. Let us once again put our hands together for the Parade Commander for today's wonderful job.
Gwaride!
from the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. Thank you so much, Reverend Peter, Your Excellency, the Chairman of the district. In a special way, you can help His Excellency. That's the Chairman of the of this district. And he has just lost his mother, who we buried yesterday, but one. Excellency, as I leave, one of your colleagues is not well, the senior presidential advisor,
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of our International Labor Day celebrations of this year. It has been a wonderful day, blessed with rainfall. Please, we pray for your journey mercy. Thank you.
Tuned into UBC TV, we thank you so much for having kept it with us since morning as we gave you a live coverage of this year's celebrations, the official event here in Uganda of the International Labor Day 2023. We have had the event here at the headquarters of the district of Namutumba, one of the 11 districts of the Busoga region in the eastern part of Uganda. That's where we have been coming to you live. Yes, we had so many dignitaries, and the presidential speech sealed it off. The president, in as far as labor is concerned, is looking at more creation of more thousands and millions of jobs, and he's looking at the agricultural sector, which he says if commercialized well, definitely we shall have the creation of more jobs. He has also taken a vow to fight with corruption, which he says this has delayed investment and also interfered with so many processes that would create more jobs and employ more Ugandans. So he is to fight corruption more and more, and again look at more of boosting the agricultural sector to ensure that we get more jobs. Gwe abadde tulaba ku Star TV tukwebaza nnyo. Tubadde tukutusako buterevu emikolo gy'olunaku lw'abakozi ejensi yonna nga wano mu Uganda tugikwatidde wano mu district y'e Namutumba ku kitebe kyennyini ekya district. Namutumba y'emu ku district 11 ezikola ekitundu kya Busoga okuva eno mu eastern part y'eggwanga Uganda, era nga we tubadde tukuleetera emikolo gyonna. Ekitikkiro ky'emikolo kubadde kwogera kwa president nga essira alisimbye ku bintu bibiri. Ekisooka kugunjawo emirimu egiri mu bukadde n'obukadde, ng'alowooza nti kino kijja kuvaako kwongera amaanyi mu by'obulimi n'obulunzi. N'ekirala okulwanyisa enguzi gy'agamba nti eno ereetawo akasoobo mu kutonda emirimu n'okuwa bannayuganda emirimu. Na bw'atyo ekyo byatunuulidde bibiri, kulwanyisa nguzi na kutondawo emirimu ng'ayita mu by'obulimi n'obulunzi. Tukwebaza nnyo okubeera nti obadde otugoberera. Nze Michael Jordan Lukomwa. To you watching us on UBC TV, we thank you so much for watching. My name is Michael Jordan Lukomwa, part of the very big team that has given you the whole event from where it started to now where it ended. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Bye-bye. Happy Labor Day to all the workers in the world. Bye-bye.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.